Continue the review of the charter. We've actually made a lot of progress, and we'll get through what we can get through. Okay, and then we'll see where we are at the end of the day and figure out. We've got one more meeting scheduled after today, and we'll figure out if that will do it or if we'll need another one. All right. So we're going to start at page 12. My plan is to just start with the change that we made to legislative and executive branch outreach, and then we'll go to communications, and then we'll go forward through the document, and if we have time, we'll come back around to the earlier pages. All right. So I'm going to try and get us through the blue text rather than go through the entire thing. But if you need time to read the entire section in order to make sense of the blue text, we can also do that. So take a look at 6. I think we just added related to commission-supported outreach plans. And that was just a clarification. So take a look at that and see if it makes sense the way it is.
I'm sorry, what page? Number 6 on page 12.
Page 12.
Wow, I thought I was
bottom.
Okay.
Yeah. Any questions? Comments?
Does that mean so if we're there for our own initiative, then we don't have to? Am I reading that the right way?
Which, are you reading number 6?
On page 12, number 6?
We're going to get to that case afterwards.
Okay.
Okay?
Can I just raise, and this isn't, one of the questions that I have was on 5.
Okay.
With the government affairs and policy team, we'll work with, the commissioners and executive director to coordinate all necessary processes for identifying legislative outreach topics and developing and implementing a formal outreach plan. One of the concerns that I have here, and this, is relative, frankly, right now to our budget outreach. Sean
I just, I just want to turn your
Sure,
attention
sure.
to page 15,
Mhm.
under budget, number 4.
Yeah.
Which says the chair and the executive director will work with the treasurer, CFAO, and the Department of Government Affairs and Policy to prepare a legislative outreach strategy in collaboration with the commissioners in support of a budget request.
Okay.
So that's specific to the budget, so I
Okay.
think
All
this
right,
is,
so we're not talking budget there.
we're talking something
okay.
broader.
Okay, all right, that's fine, I'm good with that.
Okay,
Thank you,
all right.
Commissioner Camargo has her hand up.
thank you.
Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, I think for the purpose of number 5, I think Chair O'Brien and good morning, O'Brien. I think we're talking about something different, but I think we can cross that bridge when we get there. Number 5, I think, is a little bit different, and I think Susan, you just pointed to the one point that the chair is talking about. I think the other piece, Chair, to your point of sort of the feedback that you're getting as to like if it's not in paper, we're not doing it yet. I think we also have to talk about this document is still in process. But I think we have to figure out how do we translate that as well to our staff, because it's still in process. So folks can't say, oh, if it's not in here or we're not done yet, specifically. So I think we also have to think about that. Sean, we got to think about that and how do we translate that, because there's stuff that's happening in this document that I think we then expect that our staff already knows, but we still haven't voted on this. So I think it's just something to talk about at some point.
Yeah, I think there has been confusion about that, expectations of implementing this before it's actually known by the staff. Okay. And number 6 is okay? Just,
I share the same question that Commissioner Roy raised earlier about that
Okay.
language. It does read that it's only for commission approved. I'm just wondering, commission supported outreach plans. When I hear commission supported, I think of things that are
Voted on.
voted on, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
and then if you look at number 7 on the next page, that goes to the individual commissioners. I think it's better for me to ask you to read the whole section before instead of.
This is all of 13, all of 13.
Just the 7 and 8. So we're reading all of the legislative and executive branch outreach section. And I think my question is, reading 7, does that make 6
Does that
more
satisfy
clear?
6?
Yeah, yeah.
Policy to track. I guess I'm reading number 6 is, if it's voted on policy, he will track it. And if it's not a voted on policy, we just notify Matt and Sean, but they don't track it.
Is that how you want it?
I mean, that's how I read it.
I think, if I think that the point is we want contacts on official policy to sort of understand what the roadmap is to promoting official policy, right? Is that the tracking end of it,
Yeah.
as opposed to surveillance?
I think also a lot of what was discussed at the last meeting was you run into someone at a dinner and it seemed like you didn't want to have to notify anybody of these informal contacts.
Yeah, the reason behind that was so that we weren't overlapping in conversations and not having the same conversations, the same topic, but conflicting approaches and then running over each other. So
For number 6,
yes,
So-
so it's not about surveillance, it is about just.
coordination.
I just have a question. What if like something we propose, like horse cannabis, right? Is like on track to become in statute but it's not voted on? Like that's just, then what? Like, do you ever, should we tell other, like, I don't, you know what I mean? Do we need to?
What do you think? I don't know
What do you
the
think,
answer
John?
to the
Like,
question.
say I go there and I'm advocating for horse cannabis, and somebody puts it on an amendment, and it's gonna pass. And I did that on my own. Don't we owe it to our fellow commissioners to say, hey,
Absolutely,
horse cannabis is coming down the pipe?
especially if you're advocating for it,
That's what I
yeah.
was thinking, right? But I don't see it anywhere here.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And what about the new number 8, commissioners may share any relevant information from interactions with legislators and executive branch officials with the executive director.
I think you need a 9.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is because if commissioners advocate for their own initiatives that impact statute, I don't know how we can wordsmith it, but fellow commissioners should be notified if it's gonna.
Well, so let's look at number 7 and see if there's a D that we need to provide. Unrelated.
Could I just interrupt really quickly? Justin has graciously offered to get lunch for people. So could we just respond to him? You did? Just let him know. I'm gonna pass, but I don't know if anybody else wants him to do
I
it.
talked to him.
You did, okay.
It's schools. If folks are interested. Sorry, Commissioner Kumar.
It's all good. Lunch is important. Can I ask a quick question, Commissioner Roy? I want to just make sure I understand what you're saying. I think I do, but so you're saying kind of having somewhere language where even if we are following the process that we've developed, which is if you are writing a letter on behalf of a topic that is not voted on by the commission, but could become a new policy,
Or law.
like horse, right, like horse cannabis, that what? So because we already have the process for it with baked into the legislative outreach process. So what is it that you would want to see extra?
I want to read out number 7 because I think it may already be there unless I'm not understanding. Individual commissioners and the executive director may engage in legislative and/or executive branch outreach unrelated to a formal commission-supported outreach plan, and when doing so, will provide advance notification to the executive director through the Director of Government Affairs and Policy. So is that would that catch what you're suggesting, Commissioner
Let me
Roy?
make it a little more real. So let's just say I was advocating for the driver's ed to be in statute. Would you guys want to know that ahead of time? Like like say they were going to change, it was, something like that. I don't know, just as a courtesy, would we want to know if something's directly going to change the current law, cannabis law?
So that's not 7.
I don't know, is it?
I think it is. It says just provide notice that, again, this is something that could be, I think it's anything sort of cannabis related, but not necessarily official policy.
I feel like we should rephrase this because this is already largely in practice right now. Is there something with the process that we currently have that you feel is not being covered by what happens with government affairs and the team?
So I guess I'm reading advance notification, you're gonna like send a letter or meet with someone. But if you're going to effectuate statute, I don't know, does that rise to a different level where, I don't know.
What I'm saying is that this is just the written practice of what happens now. So I'm
Right.
rephrasing this as you see like how we do it now.
Right.
This is how, the way that is in reality and action is what our current process. This is just it on paper. Is there something wrong with the process? Because I think you want to conceptualize what this looks like in practice, and it is in practice, is what I'm saying. It's like, it's there, it happens, so.
Okay.
Meaning you're saying that people already do.
I'm saying this is literally the legislative and executive outreach strategy in our charter. So I took it, gave it to Susan, we put it here.
Yeah, oh, I'm not.
No,
So I
would.
would-
So I guess that's the question. So
Yeah.
Commissioner Roy, if you were about to effectuate that kind of change,
Yeah.
would you, under the current policy, see it as your responsibility to let people know about that, to let the executive director through government affairs know that?
I guess so. I guess so. So we let everyone know that we're gonna go advocate for horse cannabis. Now, so we let everybody know. So now there's an amendment filed. Do we need to let everybody know that?
Can I tell, I don't think that it's, I think that it's that it's engage, you've engaged.
It's not
You've
every,
no, but
it's
it's like
Sean
she-
and Matt. It's Sean and Matt.
Okay.
it's
Do we need to let
notification.
Sean and Matt know, like, okay, I went up there to advocate, and everybody advocates for stuff all day, every day up there,
Yes.
right? And how much really gets through? Horse cannabis is getting through. Someone put an amendment, it's got bipartisan support. Do I owe it to Matt and Sean to know?
Yeah, I'm saying the way that what we voted on and what we agreed to
Well,
is that
it will happen.
we're notifying them of our advocacy. So before we even know what's going to pass, if we're going up there and we're saying that
Right.
I am the person, I want this to happen.
Right,
It is my responsibility to tell Sean and to tell Matt that that's what my intentions are and that's what I'm going to do.
But if I hear your question, I feel like it's almost like you're taking on the obligation of every step along the way.
yes,
I think that what
That's
you've
what
done
I
is, I think that it's the notification that I am engaging in this, but I don't think you have to keep coming back,
okay, as long as everyone's good with
right? I
that.
mean, is that how you feel about that?
I could tell,
Let me also look at, what do you think, Sean?
So I think there's a couple scenarios practically, because I'm trying to play this scenario out, and I'll use the amendment as an example. Whether you or any other commissioner advocates for that amendment, I still feel an obligation to share that information with commissioners anyway, by default, because it's relevant to the agency. And then, so it might be that, let's use the budget as an example. All right, so the House is debating their budget during the week after April vacation, the amendments get filed. We're gonna scour those amendments and flag for commissioners anyway. Here's the amendments that are relative to the agency. And so if in that may generate interest from you or any other commissioners say, oh, I want to advocate for that. And so there might be a supplemental notice to commissioners saying, by the way, Commissioner Roy is sending in, testimony relative to it.
right, which we've done.
Then there might also be a circumstance where, let's say it's a standalone bill and Commissioner Stebbins has advocated for it, but we might say, heads up commissioners, this bill is on the docket to be debated by the House. Oh, and Commissioner Stebbins has already submitted
Okay,
testimony.
so there's a notification through that way.
But I would say the burden on our staff and on us already is, if it's relevant to this agency, we're already going to communicate it.
Okay,
So
it's
that,
not our burden to tell you.
I think it's basically the additional, if you're also advocating for it, we want to incorporate that so your commissioners, your colleagues have that insight. But I think our job already as a default is to communicate. And I think this policy makes it clear that if it's relevant to the agency, then we should be
Yeah, I'm
sharing
good.
that information.
I'm good. I just want to make sure everyone's good. Like, I don't want to go and advocate for something and we're like, why didn't you tell me?
Yeah.
Right? So I just
But
want to make.
like, especially if it's got legs and it's gonna become law, you should know about it before it becomes law.
But also you can't tell when things are going to become law until the second before it becomes law.
This entire policy that's.
I'm just saying, that's the reality.
So it sounds like we're good. Sounds like we're
Yeah,
good
we're good.
with
We're
6
good.
and
We're
7. Any questions or comments on number 8?
And 8 was our discussion last time where it satisfies that I bumped into somebody and they gave me a heads up, I may share that.
Can I ask a question on 8 though?
Sure.
Is 8 saying that our executive director communicates to other commissioners when he receives information from other commissioners. Like I'm having my coffee now, so you can talk away. But I want to make sure I'm reading this the right way.
This says, so this was the case, so you have any of the commissioners or the executive director has contact with the legislator or an executive branch official.
Right.
And like the commissioners, the executive director may share relevant information about his or her interactions with legislators or executive branch officials. That's how I understand that. So it's mirroring what the commissioners may do about the executive director's own interactions. Is that how it was meant? Because it mirrors the language.
I think what
Yeah.
this is saying here is that the commissioners may share relevant, it's sort of like, oh, I was at Mark Cusack's fundraiser last week and someone grabbed me and said such and such. I would report that back to Sean, right? And if it was relevant to something we are doing, then Sean could share that with you if indeed it was relevant to, like Chair Cusack is going to be a co-signer of the Senator Moore bill. You all might want to know that, right? And if I pick up that intelligence and I share it with Sean, you guys might want to know something like that. That's how I see
And the
this.
second sentence is the
Yeah.
same for the executive director. The executive director is walking down the street, he runs into a legislator who
Yeah.
gives him some information and he thinks that's relevant to share with you.
Okay, number 8 doesn't include that sequence, and that makes sense what you just said.
Yeah.
It's like
Okay.
if you're saying something to Sean, then Sean is able to provide that information to other commissioners.
Right.
That makes sense. That's not what this reads as. It just says that you share information with Sean and then it stops.
So do you need to say the executive director may share that information with the commissioners?
Is that the part, that's why I'm asking.
Well,
is that what
I
we're
think
trying to
that
say?
maybe that second sentence needs to be tweaked slightly, because I think what you're saying is that it's not one leads to the other. Is that what you're saying? That the
No,
first
what I'm
sentence doesn't
saying
lead
is
to the
first,
second?
all the first sentence says is that commissioners may
stops.
share information to the executive director.
And it stops.
And it stops.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't see the purpose of that, because of
Well,
course you can share
see,
information with
when
Sean.
I read that, I say the executive director may share relevant information from interactions with legislators. It's silent as to with whom those interactions are being had.
The first statement,
Yeah.
the first sentence, the commissioners may share any relevant information from interactions with legislators and executive branch officials with the executive director.
Who then,
Exactly, and I'm saying it's missing that next step, because what you just explained is that you would tell Sean, so that Sean is then able to relay what is happening to the rest of the commission.
I guess when I see interactions with legislators in that second sentence, I'm saying he can, any relevant information from any interactions with legislators. I read it differently.
So
You're on the
let's
second
just
sentence.
work
Yeah.
on the first sentence.
She's thinking the second sentence satisfies the first, but his
But
says
it's
interaction with legislators, but really it was secondhand
so
news to
expanding
you.
that.
So
Yeah.
I have a proposal. So
Is what am I clear on that?
I understand, yeah, and I see what you're
I'm
saying.
going to propose some language that I think gets to the point. So the commissioners may share any relevant information from interactions with legislators and executive branch officials with the executive director, who may share that information with the other commissioners.
Exactly. Okay, I'm just saying was missing that.
Yeah.
The hook.
Yeah. Okay, and then,
I put my own hook in mentally.
I understand.
right,
I
right,
understand.
that's this, and then this, does the second sentence stand? Because this is the executive director's interactions with legislators.
Can we add, what's the expectation of staff when they have interactions with, they're not bound to notify us, as this document reads. So a department here could have an interaction with a government agency or EOPS or whatever, could name an agency. Are they bound to tell, because how this reads now, the staff has no responsibility to tell us if they've had meetings with staff, and do we want that?
Does that go through Sean though?
Say it again, Commissioner?
Does that go through Sean? Commissioner Roy, I hear what you're saying. I'm wondering if that's like a Sean thing, right? Like,
I know,
how
but
does
it's
it?
silent, and do we need
Yeah.
to put?
I guess I'm asking Sean, like, how do you guys do that now, right? Like, what's the behind the scenes process?
So it's gonna vary. I mean, some of it is, think about our relationship with MDR. We probably talk with them several times a week.
But I don't know that.
You don't know that we do pesticide investigations?
No, I do. I know we talked about multiple times a week.
Do you need
Like,
to?
who does?
An investigator to an investigator?
Okay.
Do you need to know that information?
I don't know.
I think
It's helpful.
Well, see, Kenneth, I think there's a difference between we're investigating something jointly with MDR and the meeting that you and I had with John LeBeau, sort of talking about how do we fix the sort of bigger gaps
From a policy
from a
standpoint,
policy
Yeah,
standpoint.
but Sean, I'm sorry, Sean, because I feel like we interrupted you. Can you finish your perspective on the process first? I know you kind of went somewhere else right now.
So then there's the day-to-day, just bureaucratic interactions with other agencies. So there might be a conversation with the Attorney General's office about a licensee. Again, that, to me, that's bureaucratic, that's staff to staff. But then when the policy stuff comes up, as far as, we'll stay with MDR. We're looking at the pesticide policy. That is, to me, that's directly relevant to your work as policymakers, and you should be aware of that. So there needs to be, I would say there needs to be a threshold for discretion in when information flows and when it doesn't need to. So if we're going to schedule a joint inspection of a cultivation facility for the purposes of compliance, I wouldn't want to put in an expectation that we're going to inform commissioners prior to doing that.
Right.
But if there's we're thinking about approving these pesticides for use on plants, to me, that requires a heads up.
Or when you shared information, or somebody shared information about the programming that MDR and we, did for teaching, licensees
Yeah, the
about
webinar.
the new process.
Does that fall into the second half of 8? Is that where we're in this space?
So I think you could expand the second half of 8 to include, it shouldn't be limited to just my interactions. In other words, I may not be the one having the interaction,
Right.
but I still think it's relevant for commissioners to know. But I would say there should be some discretionary, like, where's the threshold? I don't know.
I agree with that too, but I do think there's some level that
Yeah.
when it rises to a certain level, we should
So
know.
for starters, it could say the executive director may share any relevant information from commission interactions or staff. Maybe it's staff from executive director and staff or staff interactions.
Because it's relevant is the key word, right?
Right,
Yeah,
that's a good point.
And
That's the
is
discretion.
relevant enough for a
I think
threshold?
Yeah.
So is that the add from executive director or staff interactions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Matt would get a heads up that I'm filing an amendment to the budget about something. That's Matt from the legislator. You guys still want to know that.
Yeah.
So,
If we leave it as from staff interactions, that covers everybody on the team. That covers you too.
it does. Yep.
So we can just say staff.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
I did a mental hook. I think, Chair, you said it on the one before. For me, I assumed that's already there through the executive director. But obviously, we'll write it down. We'll write it down. But for me, it was just an assumption that all that information from staff carries up to the executive director, then to us. But we can put it in writing too.
Okay, so everyone's okay with those two changes to number 8, that at the end of the first sentence, it will say, who may share that information with the other commissioners, and in the second sentence, we'll have relevant information from staff interactions, et cetera.
I ask a clarifying question. When Chair, I guess any commissioner, when you guys are providing information to Sean, is it for the purpose of being shared with us? I'm wondering because that language says that he has the ability, the discretion on whether or not he or whatever executive director has discretion on whether or not to provide that information to the other commissioners. So I'm wondering, do we want it to be discretionary or do we want it to say that?
Encouraged or
to be shared, instead of saying may share.
Mhm.
You know, you're relaying this information for the purpose of providing it to the commission.
I'm more comfortable with giving him some discretion. I mean, if I run into a legislator and they say, you know, CCC screwed this up, all right, I share that with them.
Right.
Giving him
Yeah.
some discretion to say that either rises to a level or it's, I'm just going to keep unloading gossip
Right,
and
right,
info
right.
and
That's true.
sidebar conversations.
That makes
We'll get flooded for that.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. that makes
I mean, because sometimes that's what it is. It's gossip, it's
Right.
venting, it's,
Right.
and it's, you know,
That makes sense. And
But
then
it's
you
also
would probably
trying to
have the ability
process.
Test it out too.
it's also trying to, he's got to process and determine.
Mhm.
Like, we just got a letter yesterday, and we've got to process and determine if there's any validity, and we don't want to be going off with our hair on fire.
Right.
We need to give him an opportunity to process, to determine the validity, and then, you know, provide us with some feedback on that, right? I mean, that's not on point totally, but it's giving him the, see how his shoulders sag more, but,
The body language.
All right, well, it was good discussion. I mean, that's how we clarify things. Anything else then on the legislative outreach section?
Oh, there's no, about testifying, Chair, to your point, are you
That
good
was
with
in the
this?
budget section,
That's gonna all be in the budget.
the
Yeah.
issue that was.
I mean,
Some of these go into different lanes, they hover
I
in
know, I
different
feel like I
lanes.
know this,
Are you
know
talking
this.
about testifying on behalf of a bill?
No,
No.
he had brought up testifying on behalf of the budget, so I just didn't know where that belonged in all of this.
so if we can, we'll get to the budget,
We'll get to
we'll cover that. But I mean, obviously, there is testifying on other bills as
Yeah,
well.
what do you thoughts about that, Commissioner? Anything? Do we need anything in here?
I feel like
We go through Matt, like,
Yeah, I
they
feel
prep
like
us to testify.
I feel like that,
I mean, that's why I've done it. I've gone through Matt.
no, I didn't realize that I have not, oh, yes, I have testified. Yes, I have, but I've notified. I feel like it's already covered, but what do you guys think?
I think you get to that under 5. Five and 6. I mean, it doesn't speak specifically to testifying, but I consider all that activity rolled up into this.
Okay, I see a lot of heads shaking up and down. Let's move to press, media, and external engagement. We spent some time on this, and there are some changes rooted in the conversation that we had last week. But I'm going to ask you to take a few minutes to read through the whole thing, 1 through 10, bottom half of page 13, and all of page 14. And then we'll go through it section by section. Anyone need another minute? Good, okay. Let's look at 1, 2, and 3. Any comments or questions or concerns with 1, 2, or 3?
I'm good.
All right, how about 4? 4 was a change that we made at the last meeting.
Maybe just to reword, rephrase the end of that. Make it maybe make it more inclusive. I don't know. And we'll prepare a monthly summary as part of Commissioner public meeting briefing material.
Can I ask a question or just like a suggestion as well? So, and Sean, you talked about this at the last meeting. By the time we get this document, everything's going to be completely past tense, which is fine. But I'm curious the if this is if the monthly public meeting package the right place for this document. So I'll give you guys an example. For the budget, monthly budget spending and things like that, we Adriana sends all of us, that one pager where we can monthly just see what we spent. It doesn't happen for public meeting. It happens, way before that at times. So I'm just curious if this is something that we have to put it in public meeting package, or if it's something that we can get not in public meeting package. Again, just trying to figure out if that's the space for it. I know we had talked a little bit about, sort of mirroring what Matt does with government affairs, but I'm just also thinking like, because this is like media, it's not policy. Do we need it in a public meeting package? Can we have it, before that versus that? So I don't know, just a question, just a thought, because I thought about where we're putting it in.
I agree with Commissioner Camargo. I don't know if we necessarily need to put it in the public meeting briefing book. And the reason that I think that this doesn't necessarily go in the public meeting book is that sometimes there are some sticky things that, we may be asked to comment about. I want to know, for my purposes, I want to understand what the process is of the outreach from the press, how that's being managed, whether the government affairs stuff is sort of us taking a public posture, right? And that's sharing with the public the kind of public advocacy that we're engaging in. Here, I think that what really underlies this is making sure that the commissioners understand what's happening, understand the communications that are coming in, and understanding how that's being managed. I don't necessarily think it needs to be in the public briefing book, and frankly, I think it could be counterproductive to what we want, what I think this seeks to accomplish. Again,
What, unpack the,
I just don't think it needs to be in the public briefing book.
okay.
I agree with Commissioner Camargo, but I think that it needs to be something that is transparent to the commissioners. The public doesn't really care, we care. And, and I think that because this is an issue that we're trying to sort of unpack, my posture throughout this process has been, we are being held as commissioners accountable to one another and to the staff and to the public. I see this as holding that team accountable to the commissioners in terms of the voice of each commissioner, the voice of the full commission. I don't think it necessarily belongs in the public meeting book. And again, if it's there, you may disagree.
No, I just have a question, Matt,
Yeah.
Sean, about the public meeting book. So when I look what Matt sends out, it's usually the agenda. Is the whole book isn't down, like, in other words, all the licensing stuff, all the PPLIs, everything we get in that meeting book, that's not downloaded to the public, correct?
Portions of it are.
Which, like, not, I don't, like the legislative outreach, is
That
that?
is not included.
See, there's portions that aren't included.
Okay.
So that's why
But
it
if
just
someone-
made sense to have the mirror
But
one.
again, if anybody asks to see something like this, they could do a public records request, so it's not private.
So it's,
Yeah.
either
So what you're
way,
saying, okay,
So
so,
could I just ask,
Sure.
if not part of the briefing materials for the public meeting, when would you want to
I think
receive
it's
it?
important to have it on a monthly, and I think that the reason
So is
that's
it like-
there
I
is that
think it's
this
just,
is,
it's just accountable, it's like clockwork.
it's a monthly accountability for the comms team and the government affairs team. It's like
So
we're,
to be provided at the end of each month? Is
well,
that-
I think that your point is that
Like
it,
only portions go to the public,
Yeah.
and like Matt's, it just makes sense, it's mirror to Matt's department, the comms department. They come together, we know when they come every month, it's just like, you know what I mean, it just kind of gets it on schedule. And I don't know what, like, the budget thing, does that come out the same day every month, Commissioner Camargo?
They
Oh.
pretty much send it during the same time period.
Like, but it's not a set day, it's not a set, like, it's a little random, no?
Yeah. Well, not too random. I think I can go back and look. I don't know the exact date they send it, but it's usually at the same time every month.
I agree with you, Commissioner Roy. And in terms of like the public records request, our appearances are public.
Yeah.
Like that's everywhere. So
I get that.
if someone were, it's not something that is hidden from the public to begin with,
Yeah.
but they would have to go through that.
No, but as you-
request component.
It's not all released.
Yeah,
The whole
okay.
book isn't released.
yeah, so we're not putting any greater pressure
No.
on anybody. No,
No.
we're just
Yeah.
requesting an understanding of what's.
I love that we get that legislative, I agree what everybody does, I like to see that. I
Yeah.
like getting it in the meeting book, it just, I don't know, it
Yeah,
just,
okay.
So do you think it should be part of the public meeting?
I'm happy to keep it there. I just, I was just saying that.
you
when
thought
I'm
it all
thinking-
got released.
Well, when I see public meeting briefing books that were
Right.
publicizing it, and I'm not necessarily, I don't think this is for the public. I think this is for the commissioners. That's how I
So,
see this.
Um,
But it's part of, this team is part of the team that's gonna be reporting on legislative outreach. This is the team that will be reporting to us on communication.
I don't think so.
Well, it's all.
I guess. Yeah, I mean, they're, you know.
Yeah.
Now we got it. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Camargo, the chair's withdrawn her proposal to take it out of the briefing book because it's not released in the way the legislative outreach monthly summary isn't released with the briefing book. So are you okay to keep it as part of the monthly briefing book?
Yeah, that's fine. I just came up with the question and thought just because, to Sean's point, it's past tense. It's not for the public, it's for us. So I think if everybody feels okay with it, I just want to make sure it's in the right place and that we get it, at the right time versus waiting for public meeting. But whatever, I'm okay with it.
And Commissioner Stebbins, your friendly amendment was that it would read a monthly statement as part of the public meeting commissioner briefing book?
Well, in light of what the executive director said about, Matt's report really isn't part of what's released to the public, right?
Right.
Now I'm kind of coming back to just share it internally with all of us, and I'm not even sure Matt's report needs to be part of the briefing material. Now I'm wrestling. I want to be, yes, it all resides in the same department, but it's like, what's that fairness of Matt's report goes in, communications goes in, so it doesn't go out. I don't.
think, from my standpoint at least, the utility of having it in the book, so to speak, is that there's loyalty. That book is a monthly deliverable. And so if there were an errant random email you get every month with something attached, it's easy to lose that.
Yeah.
Whereas if it's missing conspicuously 1 month, you're gonna notice that. And so it requires us, I think, to be loyal to that book and say, here's basically the checklist of what needs to be in there versus did they email that last month? Oh, I don't know, let me go check. I just get worried about the potential for that.
Okay.
Versus again, if it's conspicuously missing in a book that you're gonna get, I think we should really start treating that book as our opportunity to just provide updates
so,
on.
to play devil, maybe we ought to throw that budget one in,
That's exactly what I was thinking.
because I don't know when it's coming out, and I can miss it, or,
It's usually the week, so it's basically close of month, end of month, accounting, so it's usually, I end up getting it the week of public meetings, generally, the same week
Could
of,
we
like
make
that.
it in so it's fair across the board?
So, sure, what I want to make sure is we're able to do that from a timeline standpoint. It
Right.
might be that it's supplemented once, so your book might be released the week before.
Yeah, and then
But I
Matt,
may just have to add it as an
Yeah.
attachment. So I want to just be honest about that.
it keeps
the
it
timing.
organized, all in one place. All these reports will be all in one place every month.
So I guess on the budget piece, I can explore that question. I just want to make sure that it's,
Yeah,
I don't want to set an expectation I can't meet. So, but I think it's possible.
thank you.
Yeah, if it doesn't put a greater burden on anybody, it's just adding it.
It may just be to say, I don't want to hold up your book for the sake of getting that in there.
Yeah,
So it might be that it's added the week of the public.
like your slides come in like the day before. Like
Exactly.
with your slides, we get that, but we know it's all in one place.
Yep.
All right, so we'll add that in the budget section, but so this one will read, and we'll prepare a monthly summary as part of the public meeting commissioner briefing book? Is that the way?
Sure.
And again, just to be clear, and I'm glad that we had the conversation, I think just because it's helpful to think it through, but yeah, I think it makes sense too, Commissioner Roy, like just to know that mentally, we know one place where everything's at, that I appreciate that. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And the spending, I just went back and looked, the spending report goes out the first Monday of every month unless it's a holiday. But again, it could be, I know that's not a public document per se, but yeah, maybe, Sean, again, you figure out with your staff, but that makes sense too, to kind of just add it in there in terms of like a reporting document. So
It's
I was
also,
really appreciative of the conversation.
Yeah, thank you.
Great.
What were you gonna say, Sean?
that then becomes a good library historically too. You can go back month over month.
Right.
And those books are accessible.
And that's exactly what, I know I do that. I go back to look at meeting notes and minutes
Yeah.
and I like that idea.
Okay,
a lot, yeah.
awesome. That's
All
awesome.
right, great. Can I ask you to look at number 5? Anything on number 5? Well, good. Then let's look at 6 and 7.
So I had a question on 7, but I don't know if everyone needs to read first.
Okay, Commissioner Concepcion?
So this is, I read this as a potential muzzle. The fact that you can only offer your opinion in response to media inquiries. Is this saying, I read that as I cannot offer my opinion proactively if there's something that I'm not aligned with?
So I think that this was meant to be that support from the communications department would be provided when there are media inquiries.
I think we tried to, I hear what you're saying. 7?
Yeah, and so, because the question in this one was, when does the communications department support a commissioner?
And it was more to, the way I think it read before, it was, you lose your vote, you're even more muzzled. This is saying, if there's a media inquiry, and I think we had a conversation at the last meeting about making sure that commissioner on the losing side of a question wouldn't necessarily go rogue,
I remember
but at
that.
least would have the chance to work with communications. I think this ties communication resources back in if you get an inquiry about it. But if you decide to go and write an op-ed about it, that's probably that line in the sand that
I think you brought
they
it up.
shouldn't allocate.
You said you want that
time.
extra set of eyes.
I know, I remember
Yeah.
this. I think all that makes sense, but what I'm reading here does not say that.
So it needs another sentence that
So
says,
it needs to be
reworked, okay.
reworked,
So I think,
because it's about support. the way that
It's almost like
reading.
I think you put a period. Right? If a commissioner opposes a commission decision that was approved by a friend, they may share their reasons for doing so. And then in response to media inquiries, they can do this in response to, so
Yes.
is that it? Is that just breaking up that sentence? Does that get at it? I don't know. If you want to add.
Kind of, let me.
Yeah, I think that's
Take a look
good.
at that
Yeah,
and see if that
that's
works.
So it would be, if a commissioner opposes a commission decision that was approved by
Leave
an
it goes rogue.
affirmative vote of 3 commissioners, they may share their reasons for doing so. In response to media inquiries, commissioners will be supported by the communications department.
That doesn't.
Yeah.
Is that? Okay, Rogue. Go.
You guys know I read things.
Are you signaling?
You're a better
Are you
lawyer than me.
signaling
I am
something?
not, and I have
Any
it.
other question?
Do not on some lips.
No, I think that was what was missing.
Next
from
week,
it.
she's gonna be in the paper.
No.
All right,
That's not how I
that's
roll.
7. How about number 8? Comments or questions on that?
So how does this in practice, this circumstance, differ from 7?
So my sense is that 7 is specific to a vote. And 8 is any other situation. So for example, somebody wants to talk about horse cannabis or something that's not vote related. That's what I saw as the difference between those two.
You can use me as an example for 9. Okay, the suitability stuff. It's like that wasn't a vote, it wasn't a commission policy, it's an individual thing. And when I speak on it, I say I'm speaking as an individual commissioner, not on behalf of the entirety of the commission.
So what I'm saying is in terms of, because we were sort of going back and forth and we've crossed it out in terms of support, we're saying that when someone has an opposing position from what this, up here, it says that.
9 isn't an opposing position. 9 is a position.
No, I'm on 8, I'm on 8. So I'm trying to figure out, because if a commissioner opposes a decision, right, we have here that in response to media inquiries, they can get support from the communications department. Here we're talking about something different, when the interests of a commissioner have diverged, right? So is that just, again, obviously, is this personal? Is it, I think that we need to, because in one instance, when we're literally taking a position in opposition to policy,
Right.
support can be provided by the team. But here, that's what I'm saying, can you,
I have an example,
I mean,
which is really minor, but it is kind of an example. So Ava and I went on tour of a lab, and we had pictures taken, and they, with Rebecca Kwake, and they posted it at one time, and then they said they wouldn't do it again when we went in the lab, because we thought it was good to let other labs know, hey, we're touring their labs. Like, we thought it was a positive thing. But I never really got, I guess because of investigations, like, so then for future tours, they were like, no more pictures on tours, like, but we never really got even on any kind of license type. So we never really got an explanation on that, like, I guess we diverged, right? So the priorities of the commission diverged with the commissioners because they didn't think we should post tours on their social media, and the commissioners kind of felt like we should. So that's just an example of like, but it was never really explained to us that why, like if we go to a cultivation site, like why, it wasn't explained to us. So I guess the things diverged at that point, but that's just an example. It's minor, but.
Can we, Commissioner Roy, I hear you on that example. I'm a little lost how it relates to this. I hear the diversion piece. I think that's a whole other, thank you for bringing that up. That's a whole other topic, but I guess I'm curious, Sean, because I know you talked about this last time on this number 8. Where are you seeing this?
I guess I initially viewed it, and it seems like it's evolved over time. I viewed it as more personal than agency. And so if there was an effort at some point or, but I think it was intended to be clear that, and I actually, as I read it, actually added a note to my comments that maybe adding in another commissioner or the chair in this instance of making that determination of divergence, because I think that's a lot of discretion for me to exercise. Now granted, as far as managing staff resources, that's appropriate, but there's a lot of circumstances where it's not going to be policy because the commission is not in its time voted on a ton of policy.
Right.
So there's more circumstances that don't have commission votes than do.
Right.
Now I understand your question, Chairwoman, because if it's not in opposition, so opposition to a commission position is 7. When we're silent, there's 9. And then 8 is this,
Somewhere in between, but
I guess that's personal, we're saying.
theoretically could be, right? Like it's
Should we
That's
put
the only
that
way
when
we
they provide a
divert.
personal statement? Is that, should that
I mean,
come back in there?
just this,
And I don't want to merge those two worlds to the point where it just.
And I apologize for
No
personal.
reason to.
Sorry.
No, I think we have to learn from it. But I am also mindful this, I think 8 is, the genesis is ultimately from that experience. So with that in mind, and there might be circumstances down the road, different fact pattern, but similar outcome. I guess what I would ask ultimately is I'm happy to make that decision, obviously in concert with the impacted commissioner. I think that's important. But there's also going to be a circumstance, let me predict it, where that impacted commissioner disagrees with my decision.
Right.
What am I to do in that instance? And that's where I'm thinking, obviously I want to make sure that other commissioners are aware that, look, this is happening, but I think one, that impacted commissioner still is entitled to their own voice. And that's where it becomes kind of it bleeds into 9 a little bit if it's policy related potentially, but if it's, let's just say it's a personal situation.
Well, I think one of the examples is like a drunk driving, you know what I mean? That is something very personal, has really nothing to do with the operation of the commission, but obviously it creates a communications crisis that frankly, you might want the staff involved, as opposed to, we won't talk to you, we won't help you, stop talking to us because, and
it impacts the entire
it
commission.
impacts the entire commission.
But, so let's play that scenario out
Yeah.
where there's still a divergence of interest to a
Right.
degree, where that commissioner might be professing their innocence
Mhm.
and saying, I want the commission to release a statement that says, I'm innocent of all charges, and I'm gonna fight like hell to defend myself. Our answer might be, professionally, we're aware of the charges and we're monitoring it closely.
Right.
No, I need my innocence in there. That's not something we're able to
Mhm.
assert.
Right.
So that's where now the answer can be, the statement of the commission is we're aware of the charges, and we're monitoring the situation. Next to that is a personal statement offered by that commissioner saying, I'm innocent, I profess my innocence, and I will fight these charges, signed that individual.
Right.
But that's where there is still a divergence.
Absolutely.
And I do think that obviously the entire story impacts the commission, but and I think that's, again, I need to be in regular, constant communication with that commissioner, but also the other 4 commissioners.
But see, I don't think that this says that the communications team, just like the communications team in 7, doesn't have to support horse cannabis or say, you know what I mean? It's really just, I think that it's the communication and the sharing. And in the case of a drunk driving, I probably would want the communications team to share that statement, because otherwise you have people potentially going more rogue. And so that, I think that's why I'm asking the difference between 7 and 8. One is very policy, one is literally when the personal interests of a commissioner diverge, and how do we deal with that? Because I don't think anybody's we're not telling the staff how to message, right? We've made a decision that there is a divergence, but how do we manage that process?
And Chair, who is the communications team sharing that personal statement with?
Press.
So is it
That we will share this personal statement with the press,
I don't
but
agree
this
with
is,
that.
yeah, and I'm just trying, this is
I
what
hear you.
yeah.
Because I think that when the commission, the Cannabis Control Commission shares any sort of information that looks like an endorsement of that statement in some way,
And we go
shape, or
back up to
form.
7.
So there's a personal statement, let's say there's a drunk driving and someone issues a personal statement. What happens with that personal statement? It sounds, Commissioner Concepcion, like you wouldn't want the comms team to share that personal statement.
I think I read 7 as if I am, and I'm using myself here, horse cannabis gets approved, and I'm like, oh, this is terrible. And, a media inquiry knows that Commissioner Concepcion is against this.
Right.
So then I share my response in an interview. That's me. Like this isn't a commission statement coming out saying they're sharing it on my behalf. I guess maybe
But I hear you,
maybe I'm
but
seeing it.
again, this is with support of the communications department.
But we're looking at 8. This is,
I
let's say
know,
there's
but
a-
she was comparing it to 7, so I
Yeah.
was responding to the.
But that's what I'm just trying to say is if indeed we have someone in opposition to official commission policy, we are allowing the communications department to support basically contra positions. And
So I just want to separate this out because the question I'm asking is, one, there's a personal statement. What happens with that? And I thought, Chair, what you were saying is if there are media inquiries relative to the situation, does the com team support that commissioner? Let's
How
say,
did we respond to Hoffman when he responded? I'm trying to remember, did we release the statement or was that a separate statement that was released outside of the commission?
His statement,
Yes,
he
his
did not release it.
that was from the treasurer's office.
It might have been for
What
him
statement?
personally, when he said there was
His statement.
this is an inflection point, and that was not from us.
Because that's the other instance I'm thinking about when we've had a situation where it was separate, we diverged and there were.
So another instance
differences
is
of-
when I voted no on the social consumption outreach. I spoke in Scrum right after, they asked me why.
That would be 7.
That's,
7,
That would be
and you'd
it
be
would be eight.
supported.
The point that I'm making, okay, is that,
but they did prep me.
See, that's 7, yeah.
yeah.
They did prep
But
me.
my point is, okay, so that the press team, when the interests diverge procedurally, policy-wise, the press team will manage that. Here, and again, I'm not saying, but I want to understand when there is this divergence, what does the press team do? Because I think that it can, if there's not involvement, if there's not helping to manage the message, I think that that can be detrimental to something like this in a crisis, because otherwise it's further rogue.
So,
And
So-
Chair, I think I hear what you're saying, and I think
was waiting.
Sorry.
yeah, but I'm sorry, Commissioner Stebbins, I'm sorry, but I don't want us to bypass Sean because this plays a huge role in the executive director's role.
The
Right.
commission, he's been waiting before you started.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
That's okay, no worries. So I look at 8 is, to your point, Commissioner Camargo, I think 8 takes the decision out of the communications department. And I think as the executive director was suggesting, it's like, okay, I'm happy to make that decision, but I want to have the flexibility to do it with some input from the chair, with the input of another commissioner. But in looking at 8, this is about giving him the authority and whatever kind of sounding boards he wants to have to make a decision about the use of resources, whether it's because I got arrested for drunk driving or whatever. But at some point, the trust needs to be with the executive director. And again, this isn't communications department having say over this. This is him deciding when those roads have diverged. And he or she or whoever may want to call it is, yes, having you put out a professional statement instead of some rant might be helped by the communications department, or you are so far afield that you're on your own.
And I think to Commissioner Camargo's point, or to her question, I think each of these scenarios brings with it a unique set of facts that need a equally as unique response.
Right.
So it could be that it's a drunk driving, or it's a licensee comes forward and accuses a commissioner of something, some sort of impropriety. In that situation, it's going to be, all right, now our interests are definitely diverged. Here's the commission's posture, which is, we have zero tolerance for that. We will investigate thoroughly, refer to, whatever the appropriate authorities are. But then that commissioner comes forward and said, that's complete bullshit. Never happened. You need to protect me as a commissioner in this instance, and my, this accusation is unfounded. I'm probably going to want to talk with that commissioner a little bit further and vet this out a little bit. It might be but then I think Commissioner Stebbins, to your point, I can predict there's going to be if you don't release my statement, I'm going to release my own. And it's going to be scathing against this agency. So it might be in my best interest to try to keep that commissioner in the tent.
But if I can, I don't think that when the positions have diverged, that any commissioner can go out and make a statement,
Yes.
whatever they want. And all I'm saying is that if there is a personal statement, it is submitted as, this is a personal statement, this is not condoned, this is, otherwise, I think that it creates further potential for, a messaging and an assumption. I mean, to me, the communications team then gets to say, this is not the official position, this has not been vetted, this is, but here is a statement of. That would be the only reason why I would, because I don't think that anybody can say, no, you've got to defend me, right? This, but communicating clearly with the commissioner what the decision is and why, right? And I do think that you want comm staff involved to, in essence, control that messaging. You're going to get a personal statement out, but it is clarified this is personal. I mean, I just think that you control it better if you have the comms team, because otherwise, go to a press.
So there are three questions that we're wrestling with at the same time, and I want to try and separate them out. One is, if there's to be a personal statement because there's been a divergence, who releases that statement? That's one question. The second question is, does the commission release its own statement on behalf of the commission, which I think is a yes. And then the third question is, if there are media inquiries about the situation, does the comms team support the affected commissioner on media inquiries, which is the question we answered in number 7. So I think the first question, if we can take these in order so that we can try and resolve them. I understand, Chair, that you think the comms team should release the personal statement. That's what you're suggesting. Commissioner Concepcion, I think you were saying the opposite, but could you say a little bit more about, do you disagree with the idea that the comms team would release the personal statement on behalf of the affected commissioner?
I do.
Okay, can you say why?
I'll just reiterate what I said. It
Yeah.
comes off as almost an endorsement by the commission. So when it comes from the Cannabis Control Commission, it may read as if we're releasing a statement on behalf of that individual, which we would be.
Which we would be, yes.
Yes, we would be that.
What are, yeah, let's hear from other people then.
Could there be language, because that's also a circumstance that could be discussed and, dare I say, negotiated with that commissioner, which is, for instance, the commission may not issue the statement, but we could facilitate the issuance of
That
that
happened to me.
statement. Where it's, but the facilitation is ultimately, and that's, I think, part of the discussion. So let me use a hypothetical just for the sake of clarifying this. We'll go to the OUI arrest, right? So now it's the state police made the arrest. And so the commission statement is going to be, we're aware of it, we're concerned about it, we'll monitor it carefully. The personal statement could be, I'm innocent, state police are corrupt, they're crooks, they're jerks, right? And I might make the determination at that point, I don't think we should put that statement out, but the commissioner has every right to say, that's my opinion, that is my statement, that's what's going out. And my response might be, here's the reporter's email address. You're welcome to send your own statement. I don't want to touch that. That's radioactive as far as I'm concerned. But to the chair's point, that is the right of any individual to respond to a media inquiry.
Yep.
So I wouldn't want to put, to Commissioner Concepcion's point, even a semblance of our stamp of approval on that. But I can't tell any person, commissioner or staff,
First
like,
Amendment,
that
right?
they can do their own thing. It just doesn't need to be, but I still think there's still support in that by facilitating that outreach.
So it's the commissioner may issue a personal statement and the executive director will determine if that personal statement will be released by the commission or by the affected commissioner.
I think the important part of that is the when. Like that the commissioner needs to know, basically, if you're on your own, you're on your own, but the commissioner needs to know that.
But that's the timely manner.
That's the time.
Exactly. But I guess I'm responding to the sensitivity around that, where I view that as my obligation to say, our paths have diverged. And I think in fairness, because the commissioner could also, if, I'm innocent, plus the state police are crooks.
Yeah.
And if I said, that second half is a no-go for us, fine, I'll get rid of it.
Right.
Okay, then we can ship out your statement alongside ours.
I also
Now
think,
there's an appropriateness to it.
I also want to make sure that we're not narrowing how we define what we're looking at a name. So this could be nothing even unrelated to a vote. I want to go out and do a secret shopper program. I need, our investigators, I want communications, and you're like, that's way too much for us to handle. We just can't do that at this point. That's where I want 8 to also apply. So something that's
missing.
not
I'm
in
missing.
7,
How does that not come under 7?
because we haven't taken a vote on it. I look at 7 as strictly policy. I was on a losing side of a 3-2 vote. Somebody wants to know why. I can share that opinion. Again, we don't want somebody going rogue, and Tom's team helps me. 8, I think, is more inclusive and a broader umbrella to cover a drunk driving, to cover some commissioners like Owen picking up the sword and running off into battle for something, or asking for other resources to be available. So I don't want it, I just want us to be mindful that 8 shouldn't be so limiting. We need to talk about it in kind of a broader field and not have it boil down to release of a statement or anything. I want to keep the language broad enough that ED can talk with other commissioners, can talk with the affected commissioner about a response, and that there's still some flex. I'd rather have my flexibility with the ED and not with the communications department. I want them to respond to an ultimate decision that gets made.
Thank you for that, Commissioner.
Trying to figure out how you sort of, maybe what you were talking about, which is the kind of negotiation, you know what I mean? That, not just we won't talk to you, which is what I got. We're not talking to you. And how we create that negotiation in terms of what someone does, how they respond. I don't know how to say it, but it just feels like this is something that does need to be negotiated. I don't know if you agree with
I
that.
do.
What about the point where, if, like, say, comms gets advance notice that one of us is gonna be in a story? Advance notice. Do they have the obligation to tell us that we are gonna be in a story?
Yeah, I'd like that someplace. I would like that.
Yeah, and the straightforward answer is yes.
So we're gonna, I'm gonna have to take some time to wordsmith this offline. It sounds like the negotiation means that these questions should go to the executive director, not to the chief of
Well,
communications.
it might be, I mean, Sean had raised the executive director in the chair, or in the event that the chair has diverged, then the secretary, you know what I mean? There might be some way to at least have some commissioner input with Sean to maybe determine something like that. Does that make sense? I don't want to do anything that you're
And
not.
I just to have one, the other question I had was, should the communications team support the affected commissioner for media inquiries relative to the situation? What are your thoughts about that? So let's say the statement's been released and it's been negotiated how that statement's going to be released. Now there are all kinds of media inquiries. Does the comms team support those or not?
And Susan, you're still talking about we're still talking about number 8 in terms of the personal, not the policy voted.
Correct, because we already dealt with that under number 7.
Okay.
Could we, I like the language as we have it, think about just adding, after the executive director will work with the chair or appropriate commissioner and determine when the interests of the commission, the interests of the commissioner have diverged. So it instills that negotiation, that
See, this is
communication.
that I think is what's missing here, because again, this is sort of the underlying theme, is that you know what I mean? That I think that the chair should be, in essence, managing and supporting the commissioners and making sure that we're not ceding too much to individual staff people when it comes to messaging. And again, it's tough to, try to support someone who's, maybe done something wrong, but I think that it's fair, because that messaging, if it's not done right, can negatively impact the commissioners, right? Because people are going to start getting calls if there's something like that, and how do you message it? So I do think that if we can find some way to properly negotiate, properly set up guideposts and fence in what can and can't be done, I think that would be, I think your language is.
Could you say that again?
Sure, it's keeping everything that's there, but just saying, in consideration the totality of circumstance and purposes of support from the communications department, the executive director will work with the chair or appropriate commissioner, me if I get a DUI or whatever, and determine when the interests of the commission and the interests of a commissioner have diverged. And when the executive director determines such divergence, the commissioner will be informed in a timely manner. I think that gets to your collaboration, not putting the executive director out there without any kind of backup.
And if there's a conflict with the chair, if the chair is the subject of it, then.
Right. Like turn to the secretary or ask another commissioner, what should we do? Here are my thoughts, whatever, but it builds in that flexibility. And again, trying to keep aid as broad as possible to address anything that might land on our doorstep.
Are people comfortable with that proposal?
The only caveat,
Mm-hmm.
what if something happens on a weekend, Saturday, and so is there an expectation? I've had things, remember I called you texted you on a weekend, the MTC they lost their JD software, Paul, that was not comms, but that worked. So is there an expectation if extenuating circumstance that staff need to be available for an extenuating on a weekend or Because I don't see it in here, and I'm just saying that could be an extenuating circumstance where communications needs to push something out. What is it? People are dying on horse cannabis. We need to get something out on a Saturday. Like, do we need to speak to this, where there'll be extenuating circumstances?
This is like, if I just can, this is
Did I hit a
also-
nerve? I'm
No,
sorry.
but no, it does hit it hits
I'm
a nerve
sorry.
for me. It hits a nerve for me because, I've seen Sean after hours trying to get someone to answer a question and then getting slapped upside the
Yeah, I
head.
did, yeah.
And I think some of that's practice as much as policy.
I know you're available. You, I know.
Yeah, I don't think
I
it
don't
needs to
think
be
you
in
can write
here.
it in.
I think this is either SOP or just management.
SOP.
It's
Okay.
either SOP or
Okay.
management, to be honest. It could be management as far as, and it's really depending on the I think to Commissioner Stebbins, as far as how broad this is, it could be any number of staff as well.
Right.
So it could be an investigator, it could be enforcement counsel, it could be legal, it could be comms.
I almost think you need to write into every single job description. A, you're a utility infielder, and B, this is 24/7, 365 days.
Well, and I think there's a threshold of staff too that is, there's basically we have SOPs right now on things like emergencies.
We do.
We do, yeah, and there's also, in practice, one of the SOPs is basically like the wake up situation where explosion in a facility, I don't care if it's 2:00 in the morning, wake me up.
Yeah.
So, and then that starts a whole phone tree from there, so.
So everyone's good with Commissioner Stebbins' proposed language?
Just set
Yeah.
expectations on that too. I think knowing how broad this could be, there could be circumstances that for that particular affected commissioner are highly personal, potentially embarrassing, potentially confidential. And I want to be in a position to respect that. So let's say it's a really highly personal matter. From an expectation standpoint, I will certainly brief commissioners, but I also want to respect privacy and confidentiality too. So I don't think it needs to be in there. It's just a matter of how that gets put into place. So I guess I'm thinking of scenarios that discretion matters, and at the same time, that discretion may also need to be discreet.
I think we want to give you the discretion, and I think we want to. I think what it really, to me, what it really comes down to is the process and any sort of pushback we get from staff saying, I refuse. And as long as we can create a policy that keeps it collaborative, I think that's helpful.
Thank you. Anything on 9 or 10?
Just on 10, and I think I worked with you on this language, was specifically around, no policy was in place for use of the commission logo in the situation that Commissioner Roy and I came across. But I wanted to take out letterhead because then as a commissioner, I'm losing the ability to write a note or write a letter, use the letterhead for any official purpose. I think we were just trying to narrow it back down to logo / endorsement with our brand, I guess.
I agree. I actually had the same thought in my mind, and I had a star here, the same reasons.
I would also add on this something around policy, right? Because an invitation, if we're guest speaking at an event and they add our logo, I don't think this pertains to this. I think they're just adding us because we work here and this is the Cannabis Control Commission. So I think for this one, we need to make sure we keep it to policy. Or talk about it. I want to make sure, because I know that came up a lot when we were dealing with the situation, just kind of like not having this in place and us using that example of the logo and invitation. So just so that we're clear on it.
So Commissioner Mario, do you think that we need to add any language here? Sort of saying excluding, I mean, literally the logo is almost an identifier of the person and not the policy on a PowerPoint. right? That's the exception, or that, not the exception, but that's what you're talking about, is that you don't want to have to go through, you know, any sort of vote or approval if you're going to go speak to the Horse Cannabis Association and in their PowerPoint, there is a Cannabis Commission logo that identifies where you're from, right? Is that what you're
Correct.
saying?
Yeah, correct. I mean, if I'm going and speaking on horse cannabis policy that I've created without being approved, then that I would say that's a no. I can't be talking about horse cannabis policy if we haven't approved it yet. I could speak to it on my own and say, hey, this is a personal matter, the same way we do with the legislative stuff. So I don't know. I mean, if it's if it's an assumption in here and people feel like that's okay, then cool. But I think we got to be mindful of stuff that did come up that we learned in the process, which is all of us get invited to places and the logo is used, or the cannabis control, yeah, pretty much the logo is used. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear with it, so that later on we're not saying X commissioner is using the logo for this event that they're going to, but I can't use it for this policy discussion. So we just got to make sure that we are on the same page with that.
So is the language here good for everybody? In 10? Do we need to add anything, or?
I think it's, again, it's broad enough, but it's
Okay.
obviously particular enough.
Commissioner
Sean?
Camargo, I don't know if I'm are you saying,
Yeah, go ahead.
are you okay with 10? Are you saying that 10 does not add an exception for those speaking engagements? I'm sorry, I just wanna
I
make sure.
think, yeah, I'm okay with it. I just want to make sure that everybody's okay with it, because so like the letterhead thing is one thing, right? So I think we scratched it out already, but reserved for initiatives that are deemed an agency priority by the executive director. Okay. So, and then in consultation with the chair and in collaboration with the commission communications team, or approved by an affirmative vote of 3 commissions. Commissioner Roy, I guess I'll ask you, because I know you use the example a lot. Like, does this justify the invitations to events outside, for individual commissioners?
I think, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I do think this conflicts with that, if you're reading it literally. We're saying if we're speaking and someone,
It depends what your definition of priority is. Like, is speaking a priority?
No, you got it.
Like if I'm going to my law school and I'm doing, that's one of the things that I do, and I'm
Right.
talking, then this just seems a little bit
But
elaborate.
I'm just wondering if we need to, it's almost like the logo.
Well, I mean, Commissioner Roy, if you don't want to answer, it's okay, but I would really like your perspective, because I think you
Okay.
brought it up a few times as
Well-
examples, so I think it'll be healthy to hear from your perspectives. I think
What
you
if we-
looked at it differently.
Added in the commissioner priority. So, because you speaking at your law school is a priority for you, but not necessarily a priority for us.
Right.
So use of the commission logo is reserved for initiatives that are deemed an agency and/or commissioner priority, approved by the executive director in consultation with the chair and in collaboration with.
But can I think that if we add it someplace else, what I'm saying is, I think what I hear, or what I have observed, is that the logo, a lot of times we don't choose to use the logo. It is being chosen in essence as an identifier, right?
Yes.
It's like a name tag. And it literally is a name tag that's being used.
Right.
And so, I think that we can all agree that even if we are speaking in opposition to the vote of 3 commissioners, using the logo, we're not really using the logo, right? It will be used by groups to
Right.
put up on something or there. So maybe there's an additional sentence here that says, I don't know, like it won't be a violation, if the logo is simply an identifier of a commissioner's appearance, right? That the appearance itself with the logo as like a name tag doesn't violate the vote of the 3 commissioners.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I get it. I get it.
I guess
Does that work?
Maybe something in 9, because that's where you're speaking as an individual.
Well, what if, like, one of us created a PowerPoint with the logo all over it, saying, horse cannabis now, all drugs free and legal, cannabis should be free, and we make this PowerPoint with a commission logo, that's more than a name tag, that is,
Yeah.
and we're going around and we're given this.
Right.
How do we protect from that, I guess? And to your point, Commissioner Fargo, there was no policy at the time. So
Correct.
that's why all examples were brought up. It was no, so why should one
Correct.
commission be held to a different standard than others if there's zero policy? And that was the point of that conversation back then.
Correct. Sean, you dealt with this behind the scenes. Do you want to talk about this?
I see the difference. I think in the purpose of 10 is, at least as I understand it, extending the commission's endorsement through the application of its logo.
Right.
Versus, to the chair's point, the logo may be used in promotion, advertising, or identifying the presence of a commissioner or commission. So like think NECAN, for instance.
Right.
I spoke,
Spoke.
they used our logo.
Right.
Other conferences that we go to, frankly, in promoting our attendance, in promoting, encouraging others to attend, sometimes, there'll be speakers from Cannabis Control Commission, the Office of Cannabis Management from the state of New York, and they use that in their promotional materials. That's not with our permission necessarily, but it's to identify us as
But the
being.
example that you just gave, I think runs afoul of 10.
The create your own PowerPoint and say all these crazy things and go around and speak with the commission
Yeah,
logo.
it's reserved for initiatives deemed an agency priority. So I could see how what you just said would be in violation of this.
Mhm.
Because that's you, in essence, you, the commissioner, taking that logo, and not just as an identifier, but you are taking a policy position and you're doing that, as opposed to an identifier, right? So I can see that difference, but I don't know how to language it, because I feel like we should be able to be identified where we're, you know what I mean? But that the logo is trying to, I can't, I
So
think there's another sentence there.
Yes, see if this works. The second sentence, it is understood, and it's not polished, but generally, it is understood that external parties may use the commission logo to promote
Or maybe
events.
display, how about display?
May
Because I don't like
display.
use.
May display the logo to promote events where
To-
commissioners will
To
participate.
to identify the participation of particular commissioners or commission staff. Is that?
Now, what if it's a group? I hate to play devil, like, one of us going to speak to, we heard puppies.
Just let her reread
Oh, okay.
that sentence, because I think it might
All
get
right, I
it.
hope I got it. It is understood that external parties may, you didn't want use, you wanted.
Display.
May display.
Couldn't read my handwriting. All right. It is understood that external parties may display the commission logo to identify
Participation.
participation of particular commissioners and/or staff.
Now, Sean, what if it's a group you don't agree with, like, it's a bad group?
But we can't,
That's my opinion, and I'm yours.
if we can't stop them,
Okay.
right? I mean, you said we do have this trademarked?
In the state,
Yeah, but my point is, okay.
you can't trademark.
No,
market
but
federally.
getting back to the crux of it is not having had a policy, having a debate over, you can use the logo, but you can't use the logo, and we've tried to clarify
Yeah, no.
what the use of the logo is, but making sure that there is room, because sometimes we're gonna go speak, and we might be speaking to a group that we don't, that everybody else doesn't agree with, but that logo is meant as simply an identifier. And it's when someone is putting their PowerPoint out and then going out and almost implying that this is the official position of the commission. That's gonna be us individually doing that. Do you know what I mean?
Definitely.
So in other words,
And I
you
think you
can,
get covered by 9 in some of that.
Yeah,
Just
no,
like,
absolutely.
I'm a commissioner,
Yeah.
I
Speaking
still
on
have the
my own behalf.
obligation to say that I'm speaking on my own behalf.
Right, right. So I
so
think
does that
that's,
sentence work? It is understood that external parties may display the commission logo to identify participation of particular commissioners and or staff.
is that,
I think so.
All right.
you good with that,
let's,
Commissioner Camargo?
And yeah, no, that sounds fine. So how does that, where are we adding that into the thing? Just after, right after it?
The second sentence of number 10.
Okay.
All right, how about we take a bio break? And I'd like us to go to 1 before lunch, so let's take 10 minutes
Oh, all
and then
right,
we'll come
okay.
back and do. Revised investigations section, Cedric had asked that for he and his team to review the revised comms team. So are you okay with me sending that to them for additional feedback?
I just want to make clear, see,
It's feedback, it's not a
Yeah,
negotiation.
okay.
They would
It's not a
just,
negotiation.
what we did was we took what we got from investigations and enforcement. I put it in as track changes and you accepted what you wanted and left out what you didn't want. So it would be the same process. It's just giving them a chance to clarify or to ask some
At
questions.
one point, do we stop the volley though?
Well, that's it. I think we finished the communication section now. I have the exact language that you wanted changed. So tomorrow I could send that to Cedric and ask him
For his final
for
input?
final comments on that and then bring that to you.
Okay.
And we'll talk
And
about
then the
how
volley
to,
stops at that point.
yeah.
we're looking for draft final at this point. Yeah.
Does anyone want a sparkling water? I'm gonna go grab one.
Oh, I will.
You want one? You want
Yes,
one?
please.
Thank you.
Susan?
Sure. Yeah, that would be great. Okay. All right, so everyone okay with that?
It also helps though, I mean, if you're just planning to leave it in the email, but give you the opportunity to follow up because you understand our thinking through some of what they might have questions about.
Okay, I'll make that offer. All right, we'll wait for the chair and then we'll move to budget, which is the top of page 15. So maybe just take a minute. Thank you. That's great. So we're looking at budget, which is at the top of page 15, and from the conversation that we had earlier, I wanted to know if you want to add a sentence, a number 5, that would be something like, the CFAO will provide the monthly budget summary as part of the public meeting commissioner briefing book.
I think that makes sense.
Okay, anything else on budgeting? All right, so now let's go to accountability. Why don't you take a couple of minutes to read through it? So that's 15, 16, 17, and a little bit on 18. So take a couple of minutes.
Yeah, the only question that I, and thank you, the only question is just to, just to confirm that it's the executive director and the chair that will testify, that will lead the testimony. Because
On
that's,
this document until we vote for it, correct, Chair?
say it again?
You're saying on this document as we prepare this document.
Meaning it doesn't apply now.
What?
Meaning it doesn't apply now? Meaning it doesn't apply currently, is what you're saying? Commissioner Margot?
I mean, nothing applies currently because we haven't voted on this document yet. So I mean, I'm saying in general.
What I'm saying is I think that that should be clarified because I think there's lack of clarity here. That's what the practice has been. And I think that that practice should continue. And I think that we should probably put that in here.
Are you on budgeting?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
On number 4, you want to add something on number 4?
Yeah.
I think it's already in there. It's already in there though, Chair. You talked about this. It's already in there.
Where is it?
I think it's in another section, isn't it? Because it's in another section.
It's, so in responsibilities of the chair on page 4 at J, it says testifies before legislative and regulatory committees in support of the commission with the executive director.
I'm sorry, which page are you on?
Page 4. And this is the section on the roles and responsibilities of the chair. And
Chair, when you and I went back and forth, not back and forth, but when you and I had a discussion last week after our budget prep meeting, we talked about it. You told me it was in there. I went back, I looked at it. But I know that we have an outside issue, which is I know why it keeps coming up here. So I think that's another issue, not for governance, but I hear what you're saying and it's in here.
So which?
You yourself pointed it out.
So this is in which section?
on page 4, J.
Okay. But I think that it probably helps to be restated in this budget part as well.
And so to prepare a legislative outreach strategy, including testimony, is that where you would put that?
See, I read 4 as giving the chair a much broader responsibility than just the budget hearing.
I think the first location on page 4, it's broader, but I think that it's important that, well, again, I don't see how maybe it's not any different, but I think that it's the chair and the executive director to prepare legislative outreach strategy in support of the budget request. Then what I would say is in support of their testimony regarding a budget request. That's what I'd like to see added here.
In what section, Chair, are you talking about that?
Section 4.
We're back to page
number
15.
Budgeting, number 4 on page 15. And then just say the chair and executive director will work with the treasurer, CFAO, government affairs and policy to prepare a legislative outreach strategy in collaboration with the commissioners in support of their testimony for a budget request.
Mm-hmm. But also, again, because I know it came up early, as soon as we started this meeting, this conversation came up. I know you, me, and Sean need to have a side conversation because there is testimony on Friday to the Ways and Means Committee. So I know that both you and Commissioner Roy mentioned it early this morning. So I just want to make sure that we're, I know what you're saying. We're putting it in here. I think it's already in here because you had already told me you actually had me go back and look at it. So I appreciate that. So I think there's 2 separate things here just so that I want to make sure that we're clear. So I think we have to have a outside conversation before Friday. But the other piece of it, so that it's in this document right now, I know that if you wanted in a difference in that section again, I think that's fine. But I know that we had also put it in, I can't find it right now because I'm looking for it, but the specific one that you had talked about, Chair, that we put in there where it says to support the chair to testify at Ways and Means.
That's in the treasurer.
Yeah, that's in the treasurer.
Okay.
So.
Because I know that's what's above our head right now, because
So the
It's
one
obvious.
that you are referring to,
It's the description of the treasurer's duties that
Right.
talks about the treasurer helping prepare.
all right, so the proposal on the table right now is to add at the last clause, in support of their testimony for a budget request. Comments on that proposal?
does that still allow all, that still allows all the commissioners to be part of the budget process conversation, legislative conversation, correct?
Right, it says, so the whole sentence, the chair and the executive director will work with the treasurer, CFAO, and the Department of Government Affairs and Policy to prepare a legislative outreach strategy in collaboration with the commissioners in support of their testimony for a budget request.
And then if you want to add in there, all commissioners, will participate, in this legislative strategy or something, if,
I think that's what in the
Yeah.
collaboration
Okay,
with.
that's fine,
is
okay.
that. How, other comments and,
I'm thinking about it, just because, a budget request is broad.
Mhm.
So I'm thinking about all the way that sort of plays out to make sure we're not sort of minimizing the ability to advocate as commissioners. I'm just thinking it through, because
Okay.
there is that one large Ways and Means budget hearing that is expected. But I'm thinking about when there's like a supplemental budget, but even that will come to the commission, and we can sort of have a discussion about that.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking it through. So I'm fleshing that out because it's broader when
All
you
I'm
say.
trying is because there's been lack of clarity around this year, right? And,
But what I'm saying is there are two different things. There's the budget hearing,
Right.
which is like that big, Ways
Right.
and Means where the chair, goes and testifies. But then there are going to be opportunities beyond that where, there might be a sub-budget. There might be something else that has some sort of budgetary.
ARPA funds.
Right. So I'm just thinking about this.
but how do we make sure, because I think that this is important, and this is also, as Sean has said a number of different times, getting what we need in the budget, that hearing is lighting the match. It's not, you know what I mean? The real work is gonna be people going out and buttonholing individual legislators and having a legislative, a strategy for that communication. So there's one centralized communication in front of the legislature, and then there are multiple communications that all the commissioners will be engaged in, not just the chair, not just the treasurer, not just the executive director. So how do we capture? I think that's what you're
Yes.
thinking about,
I
so.
think so. Wait, I'm really just fleshing it out, so make sure I'm understanding this in all the ways it can be interpreted. That's what I'm doing. So what is the language that we're proposing now?
so I'm just going to read the last part of it. To prepare a legislative outreach strategy in collaboration with the commissioners in support of their testimony for a budget request. I'm wondering if it's and in support.
Okay.
Is that, because otherwise, because the legislative outreach strategy is bigger
Yep.
than the testimony,
I read that.
right?
Could we expand that? I'm just picking up on what you're saying. That our opportunities to speak on our commission's behalf is around our budgetary needs, which may be the formal Ways and Means request. It might be sub-budget stuff that comes up. And I'd rather put this budget piece. Let me just offer something to try and emphasize. The chair and the executive director will work with the treasurer, CFAO, the Department of Government Affairs and Policy in support of their testimony for budgetary needs and prepare a legislative outreach strategy in collaboration with the commissioners. So it's putting the budget request piece first and the collaboration on the strategy after that kind of second.
Yeah, I think,
But not limited to just that. What we all envision is that one Ways and Means request or opportunity.
So just to repeat that,
Can you repeat that?
the chair,
Sure.
go ahead,
The
yeah.
chair and the executive director will work with the treasurer, CFAO, and the Department of Government Affairs and Policy in support of their testimony for budgetary needs or resources.
And their support of the budget.
In support of their testimony for budgetary resources and prepare a legislative outreach strategy in collaboration with the commissioners.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
The executive director is kind of mulling this, or
Yeah, that works. I'm just thinking open meeting law implications.
How so?
It's the budget's policy. So the collaboration with commissioners is just something we have to be careful about.
but the legislative outreach strategy is in collaboration.
And I'm thinking that the development of that, the budget itself, how we try to handle, this is the presentation to the commission, which I think occurred in December, if I'm not mistaken, should be accompanied by a legislative and outreach strategy because it is technically legislation.
But we do that in 3 on this page.
Right.
But I think 4 is speaking specifically to those, who's responsible for testimony, who's the team that kind of works on it.
So is it not to prepare, is it to implement
Well, maybe
legislative strategy?
we don't need
Execute.
a legislative outreach strategy because we talk about it in 3.
And that's where all commissioners may advocate.
Yep.
Yeah. So maybe we just leave 4 as the testimony piece.
Okay. Does 3 get at what you were speaking about, Commissioner Concepcion?
Could I offer a suggestion for 3 that I think might speak to Commissioner Concepcion's point? Rather than just calling it the budget, could we call it an annual budget? Is that reflected?
Because, but like it means so many different things.
Thank you. Yes, that's true. So number 3, the commissioner shall approve an annual budget at a public meeting.
Yep.
Okay. And then 4 is simply the chair and the executive director will work with the treasurer, CFAO, and the Department of Government Affairs and Policy in support of their testimony for budgetary resources.
Commissioner Simmons said a word, he said formal versus informal. Is formal, like when you testify, that's formal? And what would be, is there like when we outreach and we call everybody, like, is that informal? And do we, like, if you guys take the lead on formal, we all can participate in informal. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm thinking, so
Because when he said the word, it kind of like,
What if it just ways and means? So you're just specific about that.
Commissioner Roy, are you talking about, like, break that down a little bit, because I think I know what you're saying. and I
Commissioner
think that
Simmons
makes
has said
sense.
formal, and that's what got my wheels going. So do we delineate who takes the lead on formal and we all participate in informal? I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there because once he said the word, it kind of just made me start thinking.
To me, I'm hearing it and reading it as we're all part of the budgetary conversation. Obviously, the chair, the executive director have a different role in it. The treasurer has a role in it as well. But all of us as commissioners, we have I mean, we're obviously having this conversation, but we have the right and the choice to participate in the budgetary conversations with the State House, sort of how we did last year. So to me, that's all formal. The informal would probably be, I don't even, in this budgetary process, I don't know if there's an informal. So I guess that's why I'm asking you, what are you thinking would be informal a little bit? Because I feel like all of it's formal.
Susan said it, House, Senate, House Ways and Means, like, is that formal? I don't know. Why did you say the word formal, Commissioner Stephens? Throw it back to you.
Now I don't know where I interjected it,
It's
but
like, why did you say
okay,
formal?
I'm looking at where I would have stuck it in there.
I just want to make sure because you brought it up, so I want to make sure that there's no that the assumption is that it's all formal, right? Whether we're talking to the Ways, Ways, House and Means, or we're talking to, different folks at the State House, coordinated throughout the budget process as we did last year. That's all formal. Informal would be, we're at a fundraiser having a conversation and someone asks us about something, or we're walking by the State House and we're in an event or something. To me, that would be the informal process, which we all know there's a lot of informality when it comes to a lot of this stuff behind the scenes anyways, networking, conversations, things that happen. To me, that's all informal, which we have to be careful, obviously, with that. But I feel like all of it's formal. So just in case, just those are just my thoughts, just because you brought it up.
So you're not liking the word formal, is what I'm getting. Is it?
Me?
Yes. Yeah, because it's not clear. It's not, I think it sounds like your sense is it's not what Commissioner Roy was intending it to be.
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of, Commissioner Roy brought it up because I think she heard it from Commissioner Stebbins, but I wanted to make sure I'm hearing it correct, because to me, everything in the budget process that's laid out here on paper is formal. So I just, since the words came up.
Is in support of their testimony for budgetary resources okay, or do we need to further define that testimony?
I just have a question, ratification. Sean, has it always been you and the chair? Is it ever deviated? Has it ever been a third person, or is it just always you and the chair?
It's always been.
There's never been other people?
Correct.
Okay, I didn't know.
And is it?
In what process, Commissioner Roy, are you asking?
The testimony.
The Ways and Means.
I didn't know.
The Ways and Means testimony.
I didn't know.
Okay, yeah, because I know we're stuck on the Ways and Means testimony because I was written into the testimony. So I know we're stuck on that right now.
No,
So I just want to be clear. I want to be clear on what we're talking about. So we're talking about the testimony to.
I don't know if you paused, if you can hear me. Did you pause? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
I'm saying we're not stuck on it. That's the main thing. That is the big bite at the budget. That's why we talk about that, because that is the most formal. That is where you know what's happening. That's where they do it on an annual basis. So that's why we're.
Got it. Thank you. Got it. Thank you. Okay, because I know that then thank you for rearranging my thoughts here, because I feel like all of it to me is formal. So yes, the testimony to the Ways and Means, thank you. That's one section. That's formal. Everything else to me is also formal, where all the other commissioners also participate in the process when we're meeting individually, two at a time. I guess that's how we did it when we did it with Hoffman. So to me, all of it is important, but I understand what you guys are saying in terms of that one testimony piece. So thank you.
We didn't meet individually or 2-on-2 about the budget. That hasn't.
No, I'm sorry. No, I meant when we did 2-on-2 meetings, when we met with folks at the State House last year. At least for myself, I had a meeting with Hoffman, someone from the State House, Sean, myself. So when we all advocated for the budget.
That's part of the outreach strategy, right?
Yes.
advocating for the budget.
No, that
That's
was
why I'm
for the equity law.
Yeah.
They were asking us whether or not we wanted to, if people had a problem with the HCA's, if we said, no, send it to a court of law. Like
Yeah.
that was about, right? Because you and I had met.
That's right.
That was about the law.
That wasn't about the budget.
That wasn't the budget.
So I have a proposal for this,
Can I say one more thing though?
Yeah.
This is one of those things where too many people, too many chefs in
Cooks
the
in the
kitchen.
kitchen,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a problem. So I don't want to have, like, don't even give me, be like, take it away. Go, I think it's important to have, one, we need to have a very clear objective each year, or even with a supplemental budget about what we're advocating for. That needs to be a commission conversation amongst the commissioners. And that's when you are the spokesperson, when you go and testify on behalf of what we've agreed to. I think that I don't want to deviate from that. I'm not advocating to deviate from that, but I just wanted to make sure we're also doing this with being mindful that that's not the only bite of the apple. There might be other conversations about the budget besides that main conversation that's always anticipated.
Yeah, my
so
other
does this help so that it would read in support of their testimony to the Joint Ways and Means Commission regarding budgetary resources? Is that?
Joint Ways and Means Committee.
Yeah, my concern, and to piggyback on what you said, is if all 5 of us wanted to go, you get X amount of minutes, time, right? You're timed. If we all talk, we're taking away from your time because it's one allotted time, right, for a commission or committee. So that's why this is important, because if we all say, well, I want to go, they have less time to talk.
And if I can just chime in, I made a commitment to Sean that he would be the main event because I
Top
thought that's what's really important. And that in the practice, it kind of got away from that and not.
Do you feel comfortable specifying Joint Ways and Means Committee? in
I'm
this language?
fine.
Does
I
that
want to
help?
just kind of finish my thought
Oh,
process.
I beg
though.
your pardon, I'm sorry.
Because, no, you didn't interrupt me. I just
I'm
want
sorry.
to, because for other instances where something else comes up, where there's another opportunity, when there's like a sub-budget, when there's something else, I think that would fall within our legislative and executive branch outreach.
Yeah.
And I don't want to put something here that then binds and limits
Everything.
the other
Everything,
process.
right.
Because we do need to then come back and discuss how to proceed and advocate for additional budgetary items.
And does specifying how the Joint Ways and Means clarify
No.
or complicate?
Because all money, when you're talking about money
Okay.
from the state house, is going to Ways and Means.
Okay. So we don't want to say that.
I think annual budget was a great
Okay.
word, that's a good term to use, and that's what we're talking about here.
Okay.
But if you say that all budget goes through this process, you're not including, you're not, taking into account the other things that happen.
So in support of their testimony for the annual budgetary resources.
Annual budget,
You get that.
Budgetary
Like, call it what it is, which is the General Appropriations Act.
there you go.
Yeah,
That's smart.
that's smart, yeah. That's
So there's no
That's the
confusion.
annual budget.
There's no confusion.
So in support of their testimony for
General Appropriations.
the annual general appropriations.
And then if we're following the other process, we're not advocating and going like on our own to talk about something that we want. We have to bring it and start
Right.
talking as a commission about what we support. And then the spokesperson will continue with the advocacy for that. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Yep.
it does.
Doesn't limit us. It
So is
just,
it the
No, we don't
annual,
want to limit anybody,
budget.
and frankly, this is going to be all.
annual general appropriation?
General Appropriations Act. So the acronym is GAA.
good catch.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Roy, to your point too, I don't think we need to write this in here. I think it's more of a conversation, but we can all participate by going to these hearings, right? In terms of being present, being there. And I know it hasn't been like that in the past. I know there's also been COVID and all kinds of other stuff, but of course, I know that all of us can't speak, that's only, 5, 6, 7 minutes that folks have. But I also think that, we also do have to talk about this stuff as well, because at times some of us do want to go. Maybe all of us want to go and sit there and just watch and be present. And
Yeah, it's open to the public. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I've had to go there and it's not, I feel like a couple of us have probably had to go through it. but it's open, like, there's nothing that kind of stops anybody from going in and listening to the
Yes.
testimony.
Yeah, I just think that because I think this is the first time in a while, and since I think that all of us as sort of a new court of commissioners, and Chair, you asked earlier, what has been in the past? I don't know if other commissioners have gone and just sort of sat there, but because there is an assumption, I guess, amongst us that no one else can attend, not even to like watch or listen. I just want to be clear with that, so that if that's a thing, and you want to go and drive to Gloucester and sit there and watch, and so I think again it's sort of like a unspoken thing right now. So I just want to make sure that we also, whether we're putting it in the document, whether we're talking about it, that we're mindful about it as well, because I know it is real right now. So
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anything else on budget?
Yeah, just on number 4, I think we can take out to prepare a legislative outreach strategy in collaboration with the commissioners, because I feel we addressed that in 3.
Yeah, we did that.
You already fixed that. You don't even remember.
All right.
You were awesome.
That was
You were awesome.
That was informally
That was
misinformed.
Well, all I know is you're awesome.
It's 12:45. Do you want to break for lunch, or do you want to go on to accountability? What's your energy level?
How long is it?
It looks like there's a lot on there.
There's a lot of accountability.
Yeah.
Can we take a
Yeah.
lunch break?
Yeah, let's take a lunch break.
Everybody.
Nice segue.
Yeah.
All right, on to more upbeat subjects.
Yeah.
So let's look at 1, 2, and 3. This 4 is the real bear.
What page are we on, Susan?
15, middle of 15.
Heard anything that could be getting more.
Any questions or comments on 1, 2, or 3? Let's look at 4, and you'll see on page 16, Sean, that was what you added questions about. What about when it's an ethics violation or a crime? So I tried to reflect that. Maybe you can read all of page 16.
I have a question for 1. Just let me read it.
For 1, back on 14?
Yeah, as employees of the commission, commissioners are bound by federal and state employment and labor laws. The commission's governing laws, commission-approved policies, including the respectful work environment and other elements outlined on the employee. Why is that respectful work environment highlighted? Like,
Why is work environment capitalized?
yeah, and why is it highlighted? In other words, we are
Why not
bound
just
by
say
the
the
employee
employee
handbook. Why do we have to say, like, are we not good on respectful work environment? Like, why was that?
I think this has been there for a long time.
I know,
think
it's just
it's-
catching my
think
eye
it's
now, like, everything
because-
else is just listed, comma, listed, comma, and then they
You're right.
highlight that section. I don't understand
Yeah.
why.
I think it's because before we had a purpose, where it was the only place where we talked about respectful work environment. So, but I think you're right, we can take that out and
Yeah, I
just
don't
say.
know, there's many
employee
things
handbook.
of the sections in the handbook.
So, policies. So including the,
So we're going past that, and we're now we're looking into page 16 now, right?
I just want to get this
15,
right,
number
so
1.
commission approved policies including the employee
Yeah,
handbook.
exactly.
Oh, okay, sorry.
All right, now we're on 4.
We're just doing 4 right now.
You need more time to read 4? Okay, so questions or comments on A and B or B?
In B, shall determine if it should be reported to the state police, but we've already determined above this notifying will triage, including a decision on notification to the appointing authority. Okay. So then the state police is separate. So the first level that the executive director would look at is notification to the appointing authority. Is that what I'm seeing here? I just want to make sure I understand kind of the sequencing.
Yeah, the sentence before A, B, and C is kind of the general statement, right? That the executive director will triage the complaint or allegation, determine an appropriate response, including a decision to notify, that's part of the triage. I don't know why we added that.
Well, because you added that because I think that that's the first thing that they have to determine, because the ultimate arbiter is the appointing authority.
Well, I think it's that the appropriate response includes a decision about notifying, and then what happens in the rest of it is it goes through the process for figuring that out.
If and if, yeah, right.
And just a ignorant question, and the state police, why versus our local police? Is it just because we're under state jurisdiction?
I was actually gonna make that comment myself. I think it's just, I would make it just appropriate authorities.
Yeah.
Okay. Criminal authorities, I mean, would you? Because it could also be to the Attorney General's office or?
Yeah.
District attorney.
So just appropriate authorities, okay.
What would you say, appropriate criminal authorities, appropriate, you need a definer, just authorities is okay?
I think authorities
Okay,
fine.
all right, I'm just asking.
Because let's say there's like physical violence here in the office. I'm gonna go downstairs and get the Worcester PD.
That's right.
Just, that would be true for any employee, so.
Let's tackle C. Most of this we've looked at in depth, but let's make sure that it's clear.
Is there a reason the ED is left off of like under C, like number 2?
Thanks, Sean. Romanet 2.
Romanet 2. feel you should be in there.
Well, wait a minute, he's referring to the chief people officer, so he's already in there. Yes?
Not necessarily.
Okay, well, I'm asking. So do,
Based on how it reads now, it may not be coming from me. At least I could be reading it that way.
That's
So
not
the top part is that,
I would triage it to
you
the chief
triage it,
officer.
yeah.
so my sense is that he's triaging A, B, and C.
Right,
So do we need to clarify that better?
yeah, so, the executive direct, because it says in the others.
He'll triage the complaint, including, and then I see A, B, and C all coming under him.
if it comes to him. Like,
Is the intro to C then that the complaint or allegation concerns a human resources issue, the executive director will refer the matter to the chief
yes,
people officer?
you need to be in this.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Are there human resource issues that you don't know about?
Well, this is about a commissioner.
So the simple answer to there could be. If it's employee to employee, there could be. It might also be an appropriateness of, let's say I was the subject of the investigation. I'd want to know when I have to know, but I'd want to make sure that there's no pressure.
But again, if I go up to the executive director will triage, doesn't that sort of assume that you are the beginning determiner of the course of action? When you're saying it might not get to Sean, if it's a commissioner, it has to get to Sean because he's going to triage.
So what happens, I guess, an employee goes to the chief people officer and says such and such regarding so-and-so commissioner. And does the chief people officer then have to go to the executive director?
That's
my question. That's my question.
So when it says triage, I think that that's assuming that he has, if it's a commissioner, that he has to be the arbiter of what bucket it falls in. Am I reading that wrong, or do we need to clarify that? It doesn't say how a complaint or allegation is made, right? It just says that the executive director, he's kind of the beginning step of any action against any commissioner.
So what,
That's how I
it sounds
read
like the way you're reading it is if the chief people officer received a complaint against a commissioner, the chief people officer under number 4 would have to go to the executive director to triage that complaint.
That's how I read that.
Is that right? Is that the way it would work, Sean?
I think today, for instance, the chief people officer would probably come to me. And I would say should.
The chief people officer should, because
Right.
what the chief people officer can and can't do, there's a little bit of a hole in there in terms of the statute because of the unique authority of the governor, treasurer, and attorney general that allegedly they're the only ones who can discipline or remove, but not discipline, remove, right? So like the chief people officer and the executive director can't make a decision to fire,
Right.
which they can do with any other. So that's why I see the triage as being,
Okay.
he's the top of the triangle or the pyramid of, but we might need to clarify if that's not clear to everybody. It's clear to me when I see triage because it.
Excuse me.
Margo? Yeah.
Yes, so sorry to interrupt. I think Sabiel fell off. Oh, okay.
And we
Apologies,
didn't-
my internet lagged there, but I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
Sabiel, we recorded throughout, I noticed that.
I think it's still recording and transcribing even when I was not in here. So thank you so much. Sorry about that.
Yep.
Commissioner Camargo, did you have a comment also?
No, that was for Sabiel. Let me put my hand up.
Okay, all right. So do people read number 4 where the executive director will triage as any complaint against a commissioner goes to the executive director, or do we need to clarify?
So I don't think, at least my read, I don't think there's a need to clarify, but it might also be, I might be taking for granted my own perspective here as to how I would handle it and how a future executive director could or may handle it. For instance, whether or not to investigate, for me, is is not a decision, but a judgment recommendation of the chief people officer. There should be a preserved independence to that is removed, it should be based on purely like personnel handbook, not discretion, but like what is protocol here versus it's against the commissioner, so let the executive director make a decision that runs counter to what the purity of a human resources approach should be. So I think if it's referred by me, or the executive director, there's knowledge at that level whether to investigate, therefore should still be preserved with the chief people officer, in my opinion.
And I think that's how this is.
I think so. I just wanted to,
Yeah.
I guess, share that perspective to see if there's any disagreement with that or any issues with that. But I still think there needs to be at least knowledge and awareness.
Any other questions or concerns on C? Which goes through page 17. Let's keep going all the way to open at 14.
So I'm looking at on page 16, it's like 5 and 6 or I don't know if the order is right or if I'm reading it in a way that is uncomfortable, but I guess the sequence would be investigations over, chief people officer notifies chair, ED, general counsel, the impacted commissioner, and the complainant. And then the recommendations will be presented for discipline. And my thought is a fair question from either the complainant or the investigated commissioner is going to be, well, what happens? And I don't want the
Any
answer
sort of
to
an appeal
or just okay, the investigation's over, that's great. Now what? Well, we haven't gotten a recommendation yet. So
No, you're right, those should
so
flip.
it's almost like it should be recommendations and then a confrontation.
Right.
And does 7 still?
7 looks a little repetitive.
Seven looks the same as 6, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's got pieces of 4, it's got pieces of 5, pieces of 6.
So should we just delete that? Present their recommendations. And then,
Yeah, because I think 6, with the general counsel being a part of the recommendation, that implies a legal analysis to then conducted. Wonderful.
okay.
Susan, I have a overarching question once we're done with the section. I don't want to ask it right now, so I don't throw anybody off.
All right, so you want to just hold on to that and wait till we get through everything? Okay.
Wondering if 9 is necessary or if that's duplicative as well. That's on page 17.
That's true, yeah.
Because we already notified that person.
I'm assuming the purpose of 10 is less so the notification, but more so the tiebreak.
And I think the decision that it's the chair and executive director.
Right, and
decide.
then the tiebreak with
And
outside
then the
counsel.
tiebreaker, yeah.
Actually, Susan, I can ask my question. I think it
Okay.
falls into
Sure.
it falls into this one.
becomes an SOP, where does this end? Does it end with the statement of number 4, or does it end with C and get rid of all of the Romanettes?
So can I just, in terms of consensus, right? I think that the language that's here, the processes, we don't have a problem with, right? Commissioner Camargo, you good? We don't have any problem with that. I think it's just really where we put this and whether or not there's a
I think Romanet
question.
9, we had a question about.
Which one? Romanet 9?
9, we had a question.
We took out
Oh, okay.
Romanet 9 and we took out Romanet 7. And we put Romanet 6, we replaced 5 and 6.
So maybe one way to, oh, this is an idea. Reference that, so keep 4 if a complaint or allegation is made, that the executive director will triage that complaint or allegation, determine the appropriate response, yada, yada, yada. And then maybe it's adding a new 5 that says a process, an SOP will be developed in consultation with commissioners, the appointing authorities. And the consultation is like an invitation. If the appointing authorities say, I don't really care, good luck to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we satisfied the consultation aspect of that.
Mm-hmm.
The SOP also requires consultation with commissioners, ensuring that there's adequate input there.
Mm-hmm.
But it solidifies that the process itself will be an SOP.
Yeah. See, I think that what you want to do is you want to get buy-in from the appointing authorities, because then it's basically them saying, we understand the duality of the role here, and because they didn't agree to the employment handbook, right?
Correct.
And what's the SOP?
I think this is
An SOP will be developed an SOP will be developed in consultation with commissioners and appointing authorities to spell out a process for investigation and removal.
I would say
possible removal?
investigation and referral to appointing authorities.
Yeah.
Because if I can't remove, an SOP wouldn't have the authority to remove because that's ultimately what I could use clarity on ultimately is, and this is, I think, a question to the group. When and under what circumstances would you expect me to go to an appointing authority? And that's, I think, it's $1 million question in a lot of ways. I don't think we can imagine up every hypothetical, but I think, is there a threshold somewhere? And I don't want to be the only person that has that discretion.
But I think that we've laid out very well here. Like, I don't think you go to the appointing authority when there's a complaint, because they're giving a complaint about everything,
Yep.
right? So I think that there has to be a finding before
Yes.
I mean, so
Something's at
but I'm just saying, we've laid this out. I think this is laid out pretty well. I just think that the question of, is it an SOP where we just put all this into an SOP and then we get some buy-in, approval, check off from the appointing authority, and so we get around some of the more formal aspect that you were concerned about in terms of being subject to documents request and information request.
And I think, I don't know if this satisfies Commissioner Concepcion's concern too. I think by gutting some of these details out of this document, it doesn't invite that same intrigue, potentially, of like, oh, the various steps that they're going to go through. And also with having gotten rid of some of the other meat in other departments, and knowing the interest in this work, I think there could be some assumptions made.
The other thing, and this is something else that the chair raised, under the same section, on one, we are stating that we're bound by that employee handbook. And so this is another element here that might want to flesh out or get some input around that too, because I understand what you were saying. I understand how this.
To Commissioner Concepcion's point, you've always said, like, I can't tell commissioners how to spend their time.
Right.
But the employee handbook does tell us how to tell employees how to spend their time, right? Certain hours, half hour for lunch. It's very rigid. So that's a case in point. That's some days I don't take a lunch. I could be doing tours, and Friday was a good example. We didn't really get a lot. We went from here, a few hour meeting to a tour. So it's like, that's an example where the employee handbook wouldn't apply to us because our days are fluid, they're a little different. So I'm just saying, to your point, it says under how it reads, the employee handbook,
We're bound.
we're bound to that.
I have a question too.
But I want to hear what
Yeah.
Sean has to say
Oh.
about.
Sorry, go ahead. Yep, you're right, Commissioner Roy.
I don't know that I have an answer for that outside of what other, do you want a commissioner-specific handbook?
No, I'm just saying you had mentioned as well, like,
This ties into the conversation we're having now about our appointing authorities and sort of undermining what they're able to do and our abilities as the appointees. So that's a rub. There's a rub. I guess we're just trying to figure out what to do.
Commissioner Camargo, did you have a comment?
Thank you. I guess more of like a couple of thoughts is, Chair, you brought this up as it relates to commissioners, anything, suspension, X, Y, and Z. It's not bringing up a bigger topic of, the SOP piece and, what of this do we go back to appointing authorities? But Sean, I was just thinking, and I think I know the answer to this, but I think it's again, just a thought, but do you have regular check-ins, or not regular, do you have like formal conversation with the appointing authorities around the commission? And then now that we have a new governor and a new AG, is that something that, that's in the books, or like, so I guess I'm just curious, like, because I know what I hear you saying, the $1 million question for you is what you talked about a little bit. And, you don't have power over us, but you're our executive director and we try to, collaborate and listen to you as much as possible. So I guess I'm just curious. I know it's been 5 years, the commission's doing its thing, but I'd be interested to just hear your perspective on some of that as it relates to the divide with our appointing authorities and us, and sort of like the executive director. Because, you said it earlier, right? Like, you get this stuff as an executive director, you've been here 5 years, right? But this document is, a sustainable document for the future. So I'm just curious about other executive directors or other commissioners. So I don't know, I'm just curious around that piece of it as it relates to the chairs, sort of, we should be, doing X, Y, and Z around this area. So just thought.
So I don't have standing or regular check-ins with appointing authorities, especially around commissioner conduct or work. I've never done that. I don't know that I want to be honest. It's not my place. I would leave that to you as the appointee to maintain your own relationships there. I wouldn't want to interfere in that. Outside of that, I feel like you had more questions there that I'm now either ignoring intentionally.
No, I guess it's just, no. I guess it's just curiosity, right? Like, we're talking about commissioner behavior and accountability. There's all kinds of stuff that could happen, and you may think about it and say, where do I go? Or, how far can I go? Obviously, we're creating this process, so I'm just more curious of your thought about it, and what we've done in the past. I'll get more clear.
Yeah, so just to clarify too, I don't want authority or power in this instance. It's more just trying to clarify expectations. I don't want to even pretend like I can govern your conduct.
Yeah.
And your role as commissioner is defined to an extent in statute. Your authority is declared in statute. And not to mention your authority as my appointing authority is clear in statute. So I don't want to try to flip that dynamic at all in any way. I think it's, for me, just there's got to be something short of removal.
Yep.
And what
Yep,
is
I
that?
got you. Yeah, totally.
Flip the question a little bit, because very early on, when we started talking about accountability, you all were talking about holding yourselves accountable and being accountable to each other. And is there anything that you want to say about that in the accountability section? Since the executive director really doesn't have a whole lot of means for holding you accountable. Sounds like there's some questions about whether you want the employee handbook to be in play. How about how you might hold yourselves or each other accountable?
I feel it's so clearly laid out in statute. I'm reading it now again, section 76, that it's clearly laid out the reasons we would be removed.
Right, and we have that right here
Yes.
in number 3.
So I think that satisfies that, and I think the SOP, it's the process now. We're talking about the process, like the expectation of the process, which I think is an SOP. And how we hold each other accountable, well, we're not each other's bosses, so I don't know how we would do that necessarily. I don't understand how we would do that.
No, but this is the problem with the statute. This is the problem with the statute as it's been set up, frankly, for this and for the gaming commission. It's like a weird duck that in the 200 and whatever years of the Commonwealth, I don't think anything else looks like this. So I don't, and we've talked about maybe, self-assessment and things like that, but see, this is where I think that with the employee handbook, that the appointing authorities can make a determination as to whether or not we stay or go, right? Depending on our behavior, depending on our performance, and they're the only ones who can do that. But they can, as they appoint us, say, I want you to understand that you are in this weird statute accountable, under the employee handbook, and I expect you, there may be some way to kind of do that. Now, again, they're gonna have to change the statute because it's a pretty high bar before we can be removed.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But that's why, that was the only reason. I don't think that any of this stuff bothers me, even the employee handbook, and I understand we function differently. But I just want buy-in from them.
Okay, so statute, if the commissioner is guilty of malfeasance in office, substantially neglects the duties of the commissioner, is unable to discharge the powers and duties of the office, commits gross misconduct, is convicted of a felony. So I think it's kind of like subjective so say I'm never in the office, but my appointing authority doesn't want me here. They want me out in the community. They want me visiting. So some people would say, well, she's not doing her duties. She's never in here. But my appointing authorities say, I don't want you in the office. I want you in the community. So there is a tension there.
Yeah.
And I think that ultimately the appointing authorities, and that's what you're saying, it's not you, it's the appointing authorities that determine that.
Yeah.
But I think it's kind of vague for a reason.
Mm-hmm. No, you think that's a reason.
Well, serendipitously enough.
Oh, you have high expectations.
Okay, I just want to, Sean, I missed part of what you said. SOP will be developed in consultation with commissioners and appointing authorities for investigations and notifications to appointing authorities, or for investigations and referrals? Okay,
Sorry, I didn't mean to make it that complicated.
all right. So my understanding is that we're going to have 1, 2, 3, and 4. A through Romanet 15 will be in an SOP. And I'd just like to ask you about 5 and 6. Any questions or comments about 5 or 6?
I'm sorry.
So we're past the Romanets, and then on page 17, there's a 5 and a 6,
Okay, so
which will now be 6 and 7.
page 17.
I also still have an issue with 1, with
Oh, okay.
the bound by the employee handbook. I have the employee handbook in front of me as well, just to kind of go through it, and it is, you know, in great detail about disciplinary actions, about suspension, about, to say that we're bound by it. I think maybe the phrasing,
Okay,
maybe we can sort of change the way that that's phrased, and just kind of restructure that.
We're on the, because when I just think about suspension, right, I feel that that's stepping into a territory that's not even ours to.
Like authorities to that.
I didn't think that before you mentioned that.
Susan, can you level set us for a second, just because
can I
you know,
what?
can you just kind of take a pause for a second, just because I'm hearing like a little bit of noise or like a little bit of feedback. I'm sorry, but can you just tell us where we're at? You said Romanet 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right.
What did we decide something right now? Just because
So-
there was a lot of conversation.
Okay,
Sorry.
so we've got an outstanding question on number 1 on the employee handbook.
Page 15.
On page 15. My understanding is that we're going to, on number 4, we're going to put a period at the end of conduct is at issue. And from A, B, C, and all of the Romanets, that will come out and be put into a standard operating procedure. We're going to add a new number 5 that will say, an SOP will be developed in consultation with commissioners and appointing authorities for investigations and referrals to appointing authorities. And then I had asked for any comments or questions on the existing 5 and 6 on page 17 and 18. So that's where we are. So could I just get comments on 5 and 6, and then we'll come back to the handbook question? Helps me to just sort of isolate.
5 and 6 on page
17 and 18.
Yep.
Which is a complaint or allegation against an executive director and then against commission staff.
Susan, what page is that? I'm sorry.
17 and 18, bottom of 17.
Thank you so much.
And are you okay with making the bulk of it an SOP?
I think it seems like everybody's in the same page. Everyone's on the same page on that, right?
Yeah, just wanted to confirm that with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
But 5 and 6, is that general enough? Or are we going to do an SOP for that too?
I think I want that in
You want here?
there. I think you should, to me, this is the balance between us. So I think this is perfectly appropriate.
Okay, all right.
At least 5, I'm looking at 6. To me, it's fair. I think, yeah. It's fair. It's
Susan,
fair.
I'm here, just so you know, I'm just kind of reading in.
All right, I see your hand up. Is that, you have a comment or is that up from earlier?
No, that's old. Yeah, thank you.
All right, I do like your thumbs up, so I appreciate those. Okay, so if there's nothing on 5 and 6, let's go back to the question of the handbook. And Commissioner Camargo, is it the word bound or is it? Concepcion, sorry.
Well, we can't be bound. I'm looking at this and it outlines our termination, how we can be terminated, corrective actions. There's just things there that are,
Not applicable.
they're not applicable.
So just, but you are bound by state ethics laws and enhanced code of ethics.
Yes.
Okay, so. What do you want to say about the employee handbook, if not bound?
What do you want?
It's like respect or what applicable.
I'm looking through it now.
We do operate and function differently. Commissioner Roy, you were absolutely right. It talks about our work hours.
Yeah, we operate differently.
Susan, I also wanted to make a comment from your earlier question about how we hold each other accountable. And I think this governance document, as much as it's kind of I think it's, you know, it's a thing. I don't want to say annoying because we have to go through this, but I think that we've been holding ourselves accountable while going through this process, because a lot of the lived experiences that we've had together for the last year and a half, 2 years, and, even 8 months, I don't know how long the chair has been here now, but I think this governance document has allowed us to add some of that accountability, even though we may not say it out loud. But I think a lot of it is in here as well, as it relates to like individual behaviors or complaints, that folks may have against us or us against them. I think that's like a little different, but I just wanted to kind of say that because you asked a question and you gave us the floor to speak about it. And I don't think we I don't think we did that amongst us ourselves. So I just wanted to say that because I think this process has been helpful. But there still needs to be there's still another piece to it. So just wanted to say that from earlier.
Thank you, I appreciate that, I think you're right. The whole document is about how to be accountable to each other.
Susan,
Yes.
for number 1,
On
I know
page
it's
18?
on page
15.
15. And I know it's mentioned in other areas of this document, but as commissioners, we're also bound by Massachusetts open meeting laws. And I know it's mentioned other places. I don't know if it needs to be reiterated here. And then in respect, instead of saying other elements outlined in the employee handbook, certain elements, which I know is vague, but we're not bound by the entire handbook. It just
So
doesn't.
I was thinking, so if we said, commission-approved policies, including state ethics laws and its enhanced code of ethics, and applicable components of the employee handbook?
It's like half pregnant. Use that sentence in a while, but.
I guess you didn't like that proposal.
No. I just,
Gave it
I don't dislike it. I don't dislike it. I
Oh,
just.
we can't say the whole thing because it doesn't. So what do? Either we get it out or we come up with something in the middle.
Exactly.
Bruce, you're the wordsmither.
No, I'm looking at the language we took out, including the respectful work environment and other elements outlined in the employee handbook.
Wait, but again, I think you're thinking to leave that in and say including respectful work environment and other applicable elements included in the employee handbook? Is that where you're going on that?
Well, respectful work environment, I think gets into some of the, you've been mean to someone, I'm going to investigate. You know what I mean? It's what we put into the SOPs. It's sort of like what the SOP will be is that kind of disciplinary procedure that would normally be outlined in the employee handbook. Otherwise, we're just, you know what I mean? We're doing that because we're not subject to the employee handbook, we're different. But respectful work environment, I think that kind of covers.
And, respectful is, it's added in here because it's not actually called respectful work environment. It's just called work environment.
Yeah, why was that highlighted?
We show up, without flip-flops and everything else. We don't do cocaine or drink in the office workplace. We don't beat each other up. We see an injury, we call 911. We distinguish between family and personal relationships at work, campaign political finance, outside employment.
Do you think applicable is a good enough delineator here? I think it might be, because what we know doesn't apply is basically what goes beyond the investigation of the process. We're going to be defining the process of investigation for us that's already, I assume, is outlined in the employee handbook. But everything else would be applicable. The dress, the kindness, the keep
Filling
things
out our
clean.
timesheet.
Yeah, exactly.
How do we?
Right, so that's all applicable.
Yeah.
Right?
Sean, what are you thinking? Is it not really on board?
Until someone tells me that it doesn't apply to me and I don't have to do it.
I know, it's so subjective.
What if
really
you flip
is.
it the other way? So bound by the employee handbook except for removal or except for what, so just.
Except for discipline as laid out in the SOP.
Oh, but there's other areas that don't apply.
It's a new project for the new chief people officer.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, some of this, yeah, we're not subject to performance evaluations.
What do we think on this more? Maybe people will have a chance to look at the employee handbook and come
What do
up
they do with the
something.
gaming commission?
Wear flip-flops on drugs.
Do cocaine, wear flip-flops.
Play
What
craps
else
during
is
lunch.
it?
What if we
Use
flip
dogs.
this? Like, what are the elements of the employee handbook that we really want to drive home? Because I feel like this came up because of, and the reason why this was highlighted around respectful work environments, I feel like there are components here we wanted to make sure were incorporated into our charter. But we said the employee handbook because it's just like, just say it because it's in there, it's included. But what if we sort of parse that out? Just an idea. Because I feel like it was around the culture, it was around the work environment and making sure there's a mutual respect between both the, staff and commissioners.
So I'm not on the spot, but I feel like this was important for you, if I remember correctly, that as employees, your sense was that the commissioners were bound by the employee handbook.
And I think the discussion is essentially, it's verbalizing the internal debate I've been having my entire tenure here, is really what is applicable or the subjective nature as well, as far as there's a convenience to the handbook when I needed to bestow a benefit upon me, and it doesn't apply to me when there's the teeth to it or the expectations set by it. So, and I'm also mindful of we've got to message this at some point to the entire agency, this entire document. And I think if we're too careful around the handbook in particular, I think we end up sending an unintentional message we should, in the substantive conversation, a very technical conversation, I think is appropriate. But we've also got to, I think, put the optics lens on this of selling it to our staff, our entire agency. And if we come out with basically two separate tiers and expectations and classes, then I think that furthers the commissioners, they're not like us problem versus what reality is that commissioners are not traditional employees. So that's a true statement. But now it just sets up a very awkward delivery.
Can I ask you, what's the expectation that we be like them? Well, what do you think that is? Can you sort of verbalize that? Like, give me an example, because. I mean, we're literally laying out how people are held accountable the same way. We're going to lay out an SOP or we're going to put it in here, but we're laying out that there is accountability, that if someone engages in bad behavior, that these are the multi-step processes.
So I think that would be undermined, that expectation that is, I think, entirely appropriate, if it were accompanied by a statement that said the handbook is not applicable to commissioners. Like if that were a blanket statement, I think that undermines the entire SOP on disciplinary or accountability. Unfortunately, I think just in the messaging of it, if there is a statement that says the handbook does not apply, period.
I don't think that's where we're going.
I'm not saying.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
But so that's what I'm saying is that their commissioners, they're not like us, would be that, if that were the case.
But I wouldn't say that it doesn't apply, but adding it in that it does apply is not necessarily accurate. And so if you say it doesn't apply, I think that it undermines your messaging. But if you just are silent as to the employee handbook itself, however, we are laying out clear language about where bad behavior, and again, using the standards within the employee handbook of unethical behavior, harassment, or whatever that is, that's actually being laid out clearly, in what we're doing here.
Can I make a proposal?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm going to suggest that we table this for now, because I think we really need to look at the details of the employee handbook, and I'm going to ask if there are one or two people who would volunteer to look at it, and then three of us can have a conversation and say what makes sense here, because we're kind of spinning around without the details.
I'm happy to help. The other thing, looking and reflecting as we're having this bigger conversation, is we start with number one, and it's just talking about commissioners being held to this. No mention of the executive director being held to this, no mention of staff being held to this. So I'd be in favor of kind of, this is a governance document for all of us. What in here?
That's what the employee handbook is for.
I mean,
For everybody else.
But then you can state that, right? That's what you're saying.
yeah, I'm trying to think of one being a more broad general statement, just not
Yeah,
applying to
but
us.
I don't disagree with you, because I do think that some of this, I have perceived some of this as sort of unilateral disarming, as opposed to kind of, but I think that the handbook is this for everybody else. The handbook lays out the policies and procedures for day-to-day functioning. And that what we're trying to do here is lay out the day-to-day functioning as we interface with different employees. And see, this is, I hear you on the messaging.
I'm actually leaning towards Bruce.
I'm not.
Breakdown of it.
I just don't want to do something that highlights what he's concerned about.
No, yes, and I think there's a way to do it. I'll volunteer myself.
Okay, great, all right.
I know I'm the
Punishment.
Could we take a bio break fairly quickly?
Yeah, I was just trying to finish
Okay, good.
accountability, so.
All right, I just wanted to raise that as a point of personal
If
hygiene.
we're gonna table this, then I think we can move on, so I'll figure out a time for the three of us to get together and make a proposal on this.
Susan,
Okay?
I've been trying to just make a quick comment the whole time, but I don't think you guys have
Sure, I'm
seen.
sorry.
No, it's okay.
I was being so big, I didn't see you.
It's okay. I've been going like this. We should definitely get Justin involved. He has a lot of experience in state government HR. So I think this would be whoever's going to work on this should bring him in. And I'm sure he can talk to, folks within state government, but I think it would be a good time to bring him in on this.
Okay, thanks. All right, let's take a bio break. Close to the end of the document, so let's look at professional development. I don't think there were any changes to that. Anything on professional development? I think that is it.
Just a quick question, because I'm just reading through number 2. Okay, let me just say what I'm thinking, I guess. For number 2, I know we talk about participating annually in in-house required ethics training, which so we're just talking about the ethics training here and the enhanced code of ethics, but are there other trainings for professional development purposes that need to be in here, or just speak to all kinds of other trainings? Like I just think about sensitivity training or diversity training or all kinds of other stuff that I don't remember right now we've done a lot of those as commissioners in terms of professional development. I know we did tons in the beginning with the AG's office and things like that, but I guess I'm just curious, and maybe Sean, I guess I would ask too, what are typical trainings that our staff are taking are going through every year as it relates to diversity and workforce, you
Did that
know.
one?
Yeah, we didn't have to.
No, well, I did it. I mean, yeah. Did you do the one we just had? The MCAT or
But should
whatever?
we include it, is the question, should that also be sort of referenced, yeah, like open meeting law too, having that?
The open meeting.
I think open meeting law
Open
makes
meeting
sense.
law.
Yeah, open meeting law we should add.
What other stuff, Sean,
To say
are
that
staff
in
doing?
secretary's roles and responsibilities, we had listed out a bunch of them, and then you decided to change it so that it would just read, and it's on page 6, the very top, in consultation with the executive director, chair, general counsel, and chief people officer, promotes compliance with all required commissioner trainings.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
But did you want to add other things here?
No, I'm just curious, Sean, I don't know. Again, I just can't think right now. I'm kind of almost getting burnt out, but are there any training, Sean, that our staff are taking that we're not taking? I guess is my question.
As far as not taking, I don't, have you got access to Mass Achieve and those?
Yeah, we have to do that. I was gonna remind folks
So
of that
those-
too. Massachusetts.
Those would be the required trainings. It's basically the training platform.
Yeah.
And it's in there are things like unconscious bias. There's some specific to managers as far as managing confrontation, and I think there's also managing like differences, whether it be differences in age, differences in capabilities. But there's the benefit of that program, Mass Achieve, it's run through HRD, so it's a platform of state government, it's all not optional trainings, but there's a whole like catalog of trainings. And we can basically check off who does which trainings. So we can make all of them available to commissioners, but this is where it becomes, I can require trainings for employees, I can't require.
Yeah, they're optional. They should be
trainings.
optional for us.
So-
If you want to take them, you take them.
But that's where, so we just did the.
I guess I'm
Commissioner
oh,
Carter?
sorry. I think you guys broke up for a second. Yeah, sorry. I think you guys broke up for 2 seconds. I think Commissioner Roy, you said they're optional, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so what Sean just listed, he can make some trainings mandatory for
For
staff,
employees.
but he can't for us. But the fact that we got the invitation is, so we can opt in. We can opt in to take them. Like we did the bystander training a couple of weeks ago. But in another just housekeeping issue, your Mass Achieve training is due April 6th. So tomorrow your ethics survey, would you like me to email these dates?
Could you do that?
Yes.
I knew that was coming. All right, I will do that.
I have a suggestion
Susan?
I want to throw out there, is if we have something here that states that those sort of trainings will be made available to commissioners. Something that, I'm just throwing it out there, because I do like those trainings. I do like having the option and then like putting it on the calendar and being able to pop in and learn something and refreshing my own knowledge.
I think making us aware and understanding that, but I do think though there's a difference between some of the HR sort of, interpersonal related things and the management things and the ethics, the code of ethics and the open meeting, because we are far more responsible for that. That burden of that is greater on us than it is on anybody else. So I think that in here, I don't know if Susan, you got that,
You
but
want to put open meeting?
the open meeting law, and this was something that Commissioner Camargo and I have been, Concepcion and I have been talking about, because I think that's important for us.
So as Savion knows, I have had discussions with legal about trainings, and that's why we got this survey coming, and we're gonna get ethics training, and so things are a little, how do I say, what's the right word? Influx. So be patient, it's gonna come, and I have been working with legal on that, and the survey is the first good effort towards getting to where we need to go on that.
Thank
But
you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you for explaining that
Commissioner
survey.
Concepcion, are you okay with just adding open meeting law and leaving the others out based on the conversation? Okay, thank you.
I think though, Commissioner Concepcion, to your last point, that any required
trainings of staff should be made available to commissioners. Is that something that?
Yes, I would like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I would
Like,
just
should available.
suggest add trainings into number 1. Avail themselves of opportunities to attend relevant trainings, conferences, and so on.
Smart.
Because I went to that last training and I felt kind of silly because I didn't know how interactive it was going to be and I really wanted to just go and listen. And so here, and I hate when people don't have their screen up, but I was like, I just was listening. So if I had known a little bit
Right.
more about it, I might have
Yeah.
participated differently. So
Right.
knowing better about it. would be
Anything else
helpful.
on, I have 2 changes on professional development. One is on number 1 to add to attend relevant trainings, conferences and seminars. And then number 2, participate annually in an open meeting law training and in in-house required ethics training, et cetera.
Susan, I have just a quick question when you guys have a chance.
Sure.
Sean, have we, I'm going a little old school here, so hopefully folks appreciate it, but have we had any like in-person training before COVID in terms of like unconscious bias, diversity training, like team building trainings type things of professional development in the past? Because I know a lot of these trainings are virtual. And the chair, you just mentioned that one was more interactive than what you thought, which is great to hear. I haven't been on any of those yet. I've been on just the ones where like they're just me and the computer. But I'm just curious if any of that, Sean, had happened in the past, or maybe something that we talk about in the future.
Yep, we did for commissioners a training with the Attorney General's Office on open meeting law. That the first one was in person. We did an agency-wide unconscious bias training in person. We did an agency-wide harassment training in person, and we've also done some trainings like team-based or department-based around like 360s and it's like how do you work with one another. So, but first, the 360 assessment is more like the quiz or test, and then responding to those results with the first layer was me and direct reports. So that we could function as a bit of a management group, but then also that same company is reached into the specific department I'm thinking of in this instance is legal, where they could function as a team. So, and some of that, elements of that were in person. And that's all pre-COVID.
Sean, did I
Yeah,
see-
is that something? I'm sorry, Commissioner Roy.
I was
Just quick
I was
thought.
saying, did I see an in-person link for dynamics training where they had it, the commissioners had that in person? They were sitting in a classroom. I saw a link where they were sitting in a classroom when they got
They may
trained.
have, yeah.
Can we get that? I think we did
Yeah.
dynamics.
Just a follow-up question to your comment, Sean. Are those are some of those the unconscious bias, I think you said, or the diversity ones, are those things that are annually for staff and or commissioners? Is it something that I mean, obviously, I know you probably haven't had time to think about this, especially with the acting chief people officer, but I'm just curious because I'm hearing a lot of the trainings that we have to do, but I'm also hearing some of the trainings that may not fall under us as commissioners. But I guess what I'm saying and bringing up is some of those trainings in person, unconscious bias, diversity together, sounds like at some point, I hope that we can do some of those things. So I guess my question is that stuff that is routine at the commission, or do we use those as reactive stuff?
So the trainings are in generally cycles of routine. They've pivoted to a more obviously virtual during COVID. The Mass Achieve is a new platform this calendar year, or this really recently within the past couple of months, I would say. So I think fair to say that this calendar year, as far as the requirement element, and to be honest, I think it's kind of a, let's try it on for size and see how it functions. The challenge I have with Mass Achieve is it's individual based, so that anyone can go in and do it at their leisure. So it extends that personal opportunity for someone to just bang it out in a weekend if they wanted, but it's therefore not as collaborative or interactive. So
Yeah,
pros and cons.
Yeah, no, and I think that's where my head's at right now, is that I know we're on this section, I know we're talking about trainings and stuff that we as commissioners have to do and all that, but I guess, that exactly to your point, I feel like we should talk about it maybe offline if somebody wants to join me in the conversation, but I think there's some other trainings, and maybe Commissioner Roy, maybe you and I can have a conversation in terms of some of the trainings that I'm just thinking about that should be for all of us. Like, I think this is the first time, obviously, because we have Susan on here, that we ourselves get to participate and have conversation, but I also think that, we should have diversity training. We should have unconscious bias conversations here as commissioners, training for ourselves in those topics. So I'm just, again, I know that there's some stuff that's on Mass Achieve and everything else, but I think there's some other trainings that we should also, look into and put them as requirements for us commissioners and staff.
Thank you. Did you have a comment or did you
I
just?
have a question.
Yep.
Okay, back to the professional development in the employee handbook. So I saw tuition reimbursement for employees. And is that something commissioners can avail? Like, say, I want to take a microbiology class to learn more about colony forming units and everything. Is that something that's just exclusive to staff, or can commissioners?
If you're agreeable to being bound by the handbook, that's a condition. There's a.
No, we're state employees. That covers us. We're state employees.
All right.
Let's
We're gonna
talk.
go through the handbook and figure
I
out
just don't
what's
know.
applicable and what's not. Could I ask you to turn your attention to the conflict resolution section on page 18? And this shortened it a lot. That was the comments that we had before. Commissioner Camargo? I see your hand raised.
Sorry, that's old.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
thank you. I'm reading.
So any comments on number 1?
Do you want all staff coming to you with potential violations of the charter? Or do you want to use your existing reporting structure?
For the sake of clarity, I think if there's an issue with the charter, what I wouldn't want is competing interpretations out there. So if one direct report feels one way, the other feels a different way, now we might be audience shopping. So I would say until I'm comfortable with it.
Any question on that section?
Okay. How about 2 or 3?
Anybody else have a question on one? You good? Everybody good?
This is a public document. What's this? Okay. And I know we're avoiding talking about it in public meeting, but that's also a platform. Well, I mean, we don't want to air our dirty laundry. I'm not encouraging this, so don't, but I'm just saying.
Right,
that-
I think that is number 2. Oh, it says that you could
May just
choose
discuss
to
the
vote
issue
to
of-
confirm a resolution and/or the commissioners and
Yes,
executive.
thank you.
Everybody good with 2 and 3?
All right, so here's what I want to do with the rest of our time. They're little
I
bits.
thought you wanted to like pop a cork right now.
No, they're little bits throughout, right?
According to the employee handbook, we can't have alcohol, you know?
So, can I ask you to turn to page 1, and I literally want to walk through the blue bits.
Oh, Susan, the chair's idea sounded really good. Should we vote on it, Chair?
Apparently, it's not allowed under the employee handbook, according to the nerd over there in the corner of the room.
We can vote. And then we can, Lucky Luciano's might be open.
You could do that,
Yes.
but this won't take very long, and then we're really
So we're background section 1?
purpose.
Section 1, you said, Susan? Sorry.
Very, very first.
Purpose.
Oh my God, this is
So-
like,
I added this in with Commissioner Stebbins' support to put in collaboration with staff, because otherwise they're completely out and the purposes. So does that look good to everybody? Okay. The next is, you asked me to do a global change from marijuana to cannabis.
I saw that.
So some of them I did, but I know when it's regulatory, you have to stick with cannabis. Here, I left it for you because this is the mission statement, which includes marijuana, not cannabis. So should I stick with the marijuana or cannabis?
You are in effect changing the mission statement.
So just leave it as marijuana.
In that section, you can leave it, yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Like I said, just some tidbits.
yeah.
Roles and responsibilities. This was a sentence that we added, and I just wanted to make sure I got it right, because it was a lot. So in roles and responsibilities, the commissioners, including the chair, Romanet 3, work with the executive director and commission staff to fulfill commissioner roles and responsibilities with respect for their obligations as public officials to Commonwealth citizens, taxpayers, residents, and stakeholders in the cannabis industry. Like that sentence? Anyone have a question or concern?
I don't.
Going once, going twice?
oh, reads a little awkward to me.
I don't want to add to the list, and I think the generic use of stakeholders is safe. But I'm wondering if it's like, if it's too broad, so citizens, taxpayers, and residents can all be essentially one person. Whereas stakeholders, I'm thinking patients, consumers,
Right.
licensees.
Calling was out.
Yeah. I've always used stakeholders very intentionally broad, because if anyone can identify themselves as a stakeholder, I want them to, but here I wonder if there's value in
Delineate.
calling out those obligations.
So including patients,
Patients, consumers, and licensees. Then you get into providers.
What about registered agents?
Technically, it's a license, so I think they're covered, but yeah, fair enough.
what was that?
Applicants.
Registered agents.
Applicants aren't licensees yet.
Right.
I don't mean to be a dope, but
So
that's
that's- now
where
you've
you
got this
start
laundry
getting
list.
really long.
Do you want to include applicants?
Well, I hear what you're saying.
Certainly say
I almost
include, but
didn't
not
open my
limited
mouth for
to.
this reason.
Or you can say stakeholders including.
Yeah.
Or not, including but not limited to.
Right.
Does that work? So then you get to make your folks.
It's an inclusive list. but it's not-
Stakeholders including but not limited to. And then you get your,
Who are your favorite? Patients, consumers, licensees, registered agents? Applicants? Do you want
You're
applicants
both
in there?
right, because like how much do we owe to the HVAC guy that does, you know what I mean? It's
he's a
like,
citizen or,
well,
you might not, you might come up from Rhode Island. And why don't you say stakeholders, forget about the applicants, stakeholders including patients, consumers, and licensees. Is that good enough? Is there anybody we're missing?
registered agent, 50,000 registered agents. I mean, they're technically not a license holder.
It is
Why
a
don't we like stakeholders? Just everybody under that umbrella?
So we do like stakeholders. I think we're also trying to call attention to specific stakeholders.
But I think if you say including but not limited to, then you're not. And I don't mind stakeholders, but I see what you're saying.
Could you, patients, consumers, and other industry participants?
There you go. Say it again.
Patients, consumers, and other industry participants. Then that's licensees, applicants,
Yeah, that's good.
providers,
That's fine.
the ancillary businesses.
But not limited to?
I think so, yeah.
All right.
Do you want to take taxpayers and residents and just leave it as
Strong.
citizens?
Yeah, that's wrong.
Take off
Yeah,
citizens?
but I don't like citizens.
You don't like citizens?
No, I don't like citizens. That's
Like residents.
Comfortable with residents?
I hate to say this, but I think citizens, taxpayers, and residents, I don't want to be duplicative, but if I say citizens, that's leaving out a lot of people that we still are.
Serving.
And not everybody's a taxpayer, but most people are. Not everybody's a resident, you know what I mean? I just,
Okay.
I don't mind leaving that there because I do think that they're, or do you take that out and you say stakeholders, including, I don't know.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I waffled on this,
Should've
like, do I
just-
say it, do I not?
Looks good. Mhm.
Yeah.
Speak now or don't?
Yeah, but you could say Commonwealth residents.
And take out citizens and taxpayers.
Well, why? Because we are using taxpayer, we're all paid by
I
taxpayer
am very,
money.
very concerned about taxpayers, so I like taxpayers.
Right, like the budget is taxpayer money that we
Right.
operate this.
Technically.
And as public servants, you are responsible
But
to.
for residents also includes taxpayers, it's broader than that, so you would still include, like, they fit under that.
I agree with you, except I like us to be responsible to taxpayers, because I think that it sends an important message that we are going to be operating in a as frugal a way as possible. So that's the message that I see there, and that's the only reason I like that.
Now, what about citizens and residents?
Because I think that they're two different groups. We have many residents who aren't citizens.
But residents and like citizens are included under residents.
Taxpayers, residents, you can take out citizens.
Yeah, taxpayers and
Yeah, if you
residents.
want to get rid of the
Wrong.
word, you don't need to be a citizen.
You know, I don't really, it's fine. Include it all, include it all. I was curious.
I know, I was like, well, if we're adding all those words, let's
I'm
take
just
out
saying, the
some
only
words.
word I could credibly see taking out is citizens, because taxpayers, residents, I just like taxpayers for the messaging and residents.
I like that explanation.
Well, all right, let's just play devil's advocate. What if you live in Florida, but you keep your, what was the domicile?
Mhm.
You lived in DC, but you kept your domicile as.
No, your domicile is in DC if you live in DC.
Then you
Massachusetts.
pay taxes.
But you pay taxes, yeah, you're a
So
taxpayer.
therefore, you're not a resident, but you are a citizen.
But you're a taxpayer, so taxpayer covers that.
Yeah.
Are we taking citizen out?
Trust me, I know the domicile.
I like citizens.
Okay.
Citizens such a.
Susan what?
Domicile,
Susan says
domicile
keep it.
is where you sleep and intend to live.
We'll keep citizens.
Don't go
That'll
there
be my
around
one
me, because
thing.
I'm telling
I'll
you, you
point
shouldn't have been
to.
on the ballot.
I did that.
Should not have been on the ballot. And by the way, I should have been thrown off the ballot when I first ran.
All right,
Wow.
ready? I really want to get through all these
Let's
blue
go.
bits. Ready?
We won't
Page
tell.
3.
We won't tell. We'll tell her after.
Tell her, and with a few drinks in her, you can tell her.
Page 3, and this was a sentence that,
Why I should have been thrown off the ballot.
so just take a look at it. Maintain separation between their adjudicatory and administrative.
Excuse me, what page do you want?
Page
Page
3.
D2. D2.
D2.
D2. Oh, there we
And this is just pointing to, and what I would say here is, I'm gonna go back and put Roman numerals for each section. So I will have a better, I won't have to put all those words for the citation.
Can I ask, so in terms of this one, maintain separation between the adjudicatory and administrative functions as detailed in paragraph 11 of the section, that's down below.
Further in the
Right,
back,
that's
yeah.
the investigation section.
Because I'll go down and look at that, but the only issue I have here is this has been sort of an ongoing discussion. Like, at what point should we know? There is a very strong sentiment on the part of investigation and legal and other people to keep us separated, right? And I understand that, and that gets to this. But there are instances where we have not been happy with that separation. And so I just want to make sure that we're not doing something that doesn't allow us to, because I've said this to you, and I understand what your job is vis-a-vis me and what I do. And I try to be respectful, and whenever I talk to someone, I tell you. But I just, I have said, if there is, a Holyoke situation, I want to know And I don't care if I am overruled by the court. I don't care if I have to recuse myself or abstain. I just want to make sure
I
that,
think we have that in so
Okay,
many
all right,
other
great,
places.
okay.
Yeah, in that section 11, we have that in the executive director's roles and responsibilities.
so let me just get back.
All right, I just, so,
And what page is that? That's page 9?
9.
okay, instead of separation, impartiality, because didn't gaming say, I can know, as long as I can vote impartial, with a, be impartial. So separation is kind of an extreme. Commissioners must maintain their impartiality between their adjudicatory and administrative functions. I don't know, just throwing that out, as opposed to,
I would agree with you, you might not, because I do think that this is also in looking at ethics, right? Recusal versus abstention. You can have conversations, you can do things, and if there is an appearance of a conflict, you file that form, and then you check the box. I can be impartial and vote, I can't be, even though there's an appearance of a conflict. So the impartiality, I think, is I think that where we get kind of, is that there's sometimes so much separation
fire
to
like a wall.
protect impartiality that we kind of go beyond.
I think then it would read maintain impartiality for their adjudicatory functions.
I don't know how anybody else feels about that. I actually,
Sean,
you may not
what's
be
your
comfortable
thought?
with that. Sean may not be.
I do think separation's appropriate. I guess that's,
Mhm.
nobody's surprised. And it really is, and Commissioner Roy, you kind of touched on it, it's the actual firewall itself. But it could be in my interpretation, so I want to be careful. I view the phrase separation between as exercising authority. And so separation between exercising authority over adjudication versus exercising authority over administration. So for instance, if I came to you and said, heads up, this thing happened, your response based on that separation can't be, okay, now go do this instead. Your awareness is one thing versus your authority over me as an employee. So it's basically the cases are brought to you, not directed by you. Does that make sense?
But we can't direct.
I feel separation is harsh, and I know we kind of baked it in other areas, but if you just read that, it limits our access. It sounds like they're so separate in divergent lanes that we have to keep them that way, but we can learn what's going on in this lane and still maintain our impartiality. And I feel that it's like babysitting us to keep a wall there in a way that, I don't know if gaming, you had said gaming.
They don't, I heard her position was not the same.
In position, yeah, gaming, I just throwing it out there for conversation, gaming operates differently. They have access to the information, but they can, so I don't know, I just.
Let's
Well,
hear
can I-
from others. Let's
Can
hear-
I just, I want you to repeat that.
Let's not this though.
Can I just, because in that instance, I don't get to direct you. I mean, and this is, but this is also part of, I may suggest, but the only way I can force you to do something is I get a vote and I get 2 other people to join.
Sure.
So that's where I hear
But
you.
that's the separation, I guess, is what
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm arguing. I think that's the point I'm trying to clarify. Is knowledge, awareness does not break the firewall. It's, for instance, and I don't want to confuse matters for us, so this might not be a good example. There are, for instance, a criminal judge can be impartial even though they watch the news and see that there was a crime committed. That case, that arraignment could be in their courthouse, the courtroom tomorrow morning. And they're not going to say, sorry, broke the firewall. I saw it on the news last night. I saw that you were arrested. I can't possibly be impartial. So knowledge is not a violation. It's how intimately involved are you And so again, if it was Commissioner Roy, heads up, wanted you to be aware that we ran an inspection, found a bunch of violations. And if your response was to then tell me, I want you to interview X, Y, and Z, and don't bring me a case until such time as, that would be breaking the firewall. That's where I think separation for me is, I can go to you and say, well, I'm thinking about return to office here. That's entirely appropriate for you to say, what's going to be important to me in that conversation.
Can we add the word then, maintain separation and impartiality between their
I think
adjudicatory?
that's, sure,
Can we do that?
that makes sense. Because I think that speaks to the purpose of separation
Is the
impartiality. So
impartiality.
that's fair.
You understand my.
Totally, yeah.
Okay, so we're just adding and impartiality. Okay, everyone's good with that? Everyone okay with that? Yeah, okay. All right, Commissioner Camargo, I don't know what we might do with this. This was,
What page
I'm
one?
on page 4 in the
Mhm.
treasurer, roles and responsibilities, and B had the question of including state finance law compliance.
Mhm. Yeah, we're gonna table this one. Chair, you and I should speak about this one since you have prior experience as the treasurer. We should, if that's okay with you, I think I would want to table this one so that we can have a side conversation, Sean as well, and get back to the group.
Okay.
Because we had it on pause, but I haven't been able to get the information.
Okay, and you'll just come back and tell us if it should be included or not?
Chair, is that okay?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay.
Again, I mean, this is also where, I want to make sure that we're not putting too much responsibility on the treasurer. And one of the things, one of the examples that I have given, again, because my, father was on the governor's council, is that the governor's council is responsible for the weekly warrant. Hilariously, Deb Goldberg did not know that. And every week they have their meeting and they sign off. So every dollar that gets spent that week, that's huge power but they're not digging in and looking, you know what I mean? They're not, making sure that there's compliance here. So I want to be very careful about putting too much in that raises almost, a greater responsibility, in terms of not liability, but,
No, I agree. I agree, Chair. I think just because out of respect for Christine's comment that day, let's just have the conversation in terms of this piece in this section, since she's the one that sort of brought it up, and I was waiting to speak to her, but I haven't. So it would be good for us to talk about it.
Okay, all right,
I'm sorry.
thanks.
What happened, Sean?
She had circulated was it the comptroller's memo?
Right.
Is that what
Yeah.
it was? So let's have to take a look at that.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, thanks.
Okay, next page, page 5. D, the chair and the executive director work with the treasurer, CFAO, and the Department of Government Affairs and Policy to prepare a legislative outreach strategy in collaboration with the commissioners for a budget request.
That's where we started.
Yeah, so we
Should
did.
this language mirror the language in the budget section?
Yeah.
I was like, this is
Yeah.
where we did
I-
it.
there is
Just- I would-
Circle.
All right,
Come close.
Commissioner Camargo, is that, you following that?
okay, so I'm just going to take the sentence from the budget section and put that there. Okay. Let's see. All right, page 7, S. These are about emergency powers. Exercises, this is the executive director. Exercises emergency administrative powers to ensure staff and/or public health and safety in collaboration.
Which number are we on?
S, letter S on page 7. It's the.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that.
In collaboration with the chair if practicable. So take a look at that.
Perfect example of it this week.
Yeah, if practicable was just timing.
Oh, as
Okay.
far as the collaboration,
Yes.
I see,
Yeah.
okay.
In other words, if the chair is in Europe 7 hours ahead.
Give me a
All right, so
Paris if we need to.
That's actually,
This
That's
one,
actually
so
how-
it had no exception.
Lucky.
The practicable is not limiting the emergency authority, it's limiting
No.
or potentially.
The
caveating
notification,
them.
yeah.
So we
still
can
gonna
just
call.
put, and
We'll
if
leave it
practicable,
voicemail, I guess.
we'll just change it to clarify. So just say public health and safety, and if practicable, in collaboration
Yeah,
with the
great,
chair.
All right,
perfect.
sorry, thank you for
Yeah,
that.
that's good.
Yeah.
That's helpful clarity.
Yeah.
Again, I'll just leave a voicemail for all of you. No?
All right, anything else? So we're skipping, okay, page 9. This was an added sentence. The staff respects the roles of the executive director and the commissioners in their co-governance of the commission, including their priorities, procedures implemented by the executive director and policies approved by the commissioners.
Was this a result of the conversation we had about respect and I'm trying to remember how this game originated from. I see Mark was not.
I think so. I
Yeah.
think it was because of the first one was about the commissioners respecting the position of the executive director. And then the second was the executive director respecting the commissioner's need for staff resources. And so this was to add in the staff respect. Thanks for reminding me that that's where.
Yeah, no, that's helpful.
You like that? Everyone likes that?
You.
Okay.
That was a strong agreement.
Absolutely.
Like it, it's not subtle.
Okay, that's everything.
This is the most important
So
thing.
we've
Pop the
actually.
bottle, chair, pop the bottle.
So we have a meeting scheduled for April
Excuse me,
24th.
Commissioner Camargo, you don't know that I still smell like weed from my Friday trip, so I'm enjoying. So, this is like, great, there we go. Sorry.
Good job.
Anything else you want to share with us about your?
I have showered twice, maybe even 3 times, and it's not working.
Oh my God, wait, I was on the tour. Why did I get that smell?
You were touching it.
I literally, we went to Uxbridge, a micro business, and I was like, I don't want to touch the terpenes. I get the gloves on, and what was it? What were the two? Oh, garlic, mustard.
GMO, garlic, mustard, and onion.
Have you ever heard of garlic,
No,
mustard?
mushroom, garlic, mushroom, and onion.
onions.
Oh.
Disgusting.
Was the terpenes, and the other one was,
Like
Mango dream?
mango flower or something.
and I smell like it.
That means you were too close to a chair.
I just
What
stood
was she
and
doing when I wasn't looking?
I went to one and I told them, I think weed smells terrible. And I went to one place and they had different bags and they said, this is blueberry muffin. And I went, huh, I can actually, and this is some sort of a cookie. I get the vanilla. I mean, it was interesting. That was gross.
The garlic. I
Garlic?
thought it was mustard. And
No, mushroom. I don't know why I remember that. I could be wrong.
I
Sounds
think
like a
it's
weird
mustard.
glazed potato chip.
Oh, yeah.
Special release or
That's
something like.
exactly right.
Yeah, that ad where they like take different flavors and put them
Yeah.
together and.
Yeah.
The guy on Mass Live says, I tried it, so you don't have to.
Thank God.
All right, Susan, get us back in order here now
All
that
right,
we're.
you ready?
you know,
We digress.
Yep.
Celebrating.
I thought I was gonna get some real good stuff. All right, so we have been through the entire charter. There are 2 things that are outstanding. One is the employee handbook, which the 3 of us will discuss. The other is the state finance law issue, which Sean and the chair and Commissioner Camargo will discuss. Commissioner Roy, I hope you're not feeling left out.
No, I'm not, because I have 6 minutes of sets of minutes that legal,
Okay.
Saviel knows, just got sent to me, or 5 sets I have to go through. So
All right.
my cup runneth over.
So those
I
will
don't
happen,
feel left
and
out.
then on the 24th, we will have the complete charter to go through. Now, I just want to offer this. Does anybody want to talk through the whole charter with me to see if there are any remaining questions, or do you think we'll have a day to go through the whole thing? We'll be able to just get through it.
I don't think we have time to now.
We have
Talking about
a
right now?
month. No, we have a
sorry.
month.
We
I'm
have-
gonna-
I thought you
I'm
meant right
gonna-
now.
I'm gonna finish
Yeah.
this tomorrow.
Plus, Susan, you said comms is gonna give you.
Comms is gonna look at, right,
So
that's
that's
right,
another
that's the
section,
third
right?
thing
That's
that
another
we'll,
thing.
that we'll look at. So
And you're breaking that section out.
I am breaking that section out. I'm only giving them that section. All right, here's what I'll do. Once I send you the final, I'll send you an email and say, do you want to walk through it with me? And you can tell me if you do or you don't. Either way is fine. And then we'll come back to, if I speak with if you have some questions, it'll be helpful for me to know what the outstanding questions are. If it looks fine, then we don't really need to go through it. But so within, yeah, that's right. I have to get it to comms. We have to, I think you'll have it in 2 weeks. I'm gonna shoot for getting it in 2 weeks, so we have 2 weeks between you getting the draft
I was
and,
working on it with you and the
Right.
other piece.
Yeah.
Okay.
all right? So we should have 2 weeks, that'll be my goal, is to get it to you 2 weeks before the meeting on the 24th, April 24th. All right? Anything else we want to do, or do you want to leave early?
I would love to leave early.
Yeah.
I think we're
I have
good.
so much to do.
Great meeting, guys. You did it all.
Sean, I think the chair had said something earlier that you were gonna tell us something, all of us. Is that something that we should get off live for once we finish adjourn the meeting, or you're gonna call us?
Yeah.
I could stay on a separate feed or something.
Call you later individually?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. We need to adjourn.
Oh, yes, motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Any second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. No, roll call, take a roll call. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, let the record reflect. Unanimous approval of the motion to adjourn.
Thanks,